Always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
One iced coffee?
$1, please.
For real? No way. One iced coffee?
$1, please.
For real? No way. What a deal.
Your new morning groove. Iced coffee from McDonald's, any size for just $1 until 11 a.m. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
I'm Katie LaSalle, 9 News Weather Impact Team forecaster and outdoor enthusiast who loves to hike in Boulder County. I love preparing you for your day ahead. Whether it's tracking the frigid storm coming in or giving you the latest snow totals for your favorite mountain, we've got you covered. Because weather never stops, and neither do we. Make the move to Colorado's #1 streaming newscast. Make the move to 9 News Mornings. Weekday mornings, live starting at 4:30, anywhere you watch.
At Belco Credit Union, we want to make your dream renovation a reality. Maybe that means a modern kitchen upgrade or a luxurious new bathroom. With Belco's Home Equity Choice line, you can get easy access to funds with the freedom and convenience of a home equity line of credit, plus the security and stability of a home equity loan. Plus, Belco is also offering low rates for qualified borrowers. Learn more at belco.org/choiceline. Belco is an equal opportunity housing lender. Belco, banking for everyone.
Instead of staring at brake lights, let Bustang handle the traffic. With Wi-Fi on board, Bustang takes the hassle out of all your Colorado travel. Find your route today at ridebustang.com.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on ESPN Denver 1600, CSU basketball faces Fresno State with pregame starting at 6:30.
104.3 The Fan. We are Denver Sports.
And we're grateful you're here with us, spending a small part of your day. Perhaps you're one of our MVP listeners, locked in for a full 4 hours. We appreciate you. You plus us equals the tribe, and we try to give you a little love, a small token of our appreciation every day to start the show with Tribe Roll Call. Tribe Roll Call is who you are, where you are, and what you're doing for a buck out there today. Send that information to 2 different locations. You can get us on YouTube. Go to youtube.com, find Denver Sports, click the Dover and Cecil stream, and you're in there just like that. You can also hit us up all day long on the ramoslaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. Again, always ask that you throw your name on the end of your text so that we can give you a shout-out on the show. So hit us up right there. Text line, YouTube, who are you? Where are you? What you doing for a buck out there today? Well, let's give you and your company a little love with some Tribe Roll Call. All right, so it's got a couple of things to jump in here to today. We're still going to have a day without Nuggets and Avs. They're back at it tomorrow. Both teams for a double dip. And then the rest of the week should play out pretty beautifully. But we did learn something yesterday with the Denver Broncos, as today will be the day, what'd you say, 3-ish, 3:15?
Yeah, 3:15, 3:30, I believe. Sean Payton and George Payton are set to talk at the scouting combine.
So we'll learn a little bit about that. Our buddy Mike Kliss wrote about what we were talking about yesterday. Yes, Sean will be asked about the play calling.
Okay.
Will he answer? Probably not. But we also learned that Sean brought one of his old buddies back. Coach Mike Zimmer was visiting with the Broncos last week about a senior coaching position. Kliss says there's nothing imminent here, mutual interest between both. And then he says Zimmer's an old guy. That's my words. He said he's been a football coach since 1979 and started his NFL career in 1994.
Wow.
Here's my question. For what? Why?
Because you lost Jim Leonard and you need good resources defensively. Mike Zimmer is a hell of a defensive mind, like an incredible mind, a guy that had worked around George Payton, of course, during their time with the Minnesota Vikings. And with Zimmer, it's just another resource. You can have him. I'm not sure exactly how like hands-on he would be with the Broncos defense, but he's the type of guy that can come in as, senior advisor. I doubt they would give him a assistant head coach title, but like some sort of consultant advisor thing. I think John Fox just got hired.
What?
Is that right? John Fox got hired somewhere.
These dudes
it
just
might have been Buffalo, top of my head. I'm misremembering right now, but like, so we see that for these veteran coaches, like they can pick up a job.
Senior
it
assistant.
is the Bills. Okay, yeah. So expect something like that for Mike Zimmer. Like it's a senior assistant type thing and another resource for this squad. I wouldn't
John Fox is 71 years old.
Yeah. Fox he's not a young cat anymore.
Zimmer's 69.
Yeah, which is nice. But either way, like I look at Mike Zimmer and I go, okay, that's another, smart guy, seen a lot of football, just another kind of name and person to bounce things off of if you're Sean Payton. So, I applaud the move. I wouldn't see this as some sort of like, I saw Jim Leonard as a future defensive coordinator. I don't think Mike Zimmer is a future defensive coordinator.
Oh, God, I hope not.
I think he's, around the building. Hey, we did this in Minnesota. What about this? Like, just a different thing to bounce off of. And shouldn't that be refreshing? Because there's no New Orleans ties.
That's true. He's got the Minnesota tie.
Right.
I will say this. Look, it's a little strange for me. 69-year-old guy out of football for a year. I know he's been in it forever, but it seems a little unnecessary. However, there's always the however. I do think it's hey, if there's a resource out there that you trust, his eyeballs, his instincts, his football knowledge, all right, we'll go get the guy and pick his brain a little bit from week to week if he gets the staff job. So I don't think it's a necessity, but if two people on the staff trust him and they're the two top dogs, it's George and Sean Payton, he's probably going to get a gig and have some sort of input with what goes on here.
Yeah, and we see that around the league again with the Bills picking up a John Fox. So I look at this as just another asset for the Broncos. You got a lot to do this offseason. What George Payton does this offseason, in my opinion, is much more impactful than like the training camp and everything. Like they got to get the talent.
Yeah.
They are devoid of the talent that they need to put themselves in position to be the powerhouse that I believe, that you believe, that Broncos country believes they can be. So George Payton, time to get to work, buddy.
Yeah, we'll learn some stuff. You'll learn some stuff, and then you'll share it with us with what's going on out at the Combine as soon as today, as they talk, as Cecil said, about 3 o'clock. And then really things are going to start to get rampant and rolling along there in Indy with actual work on the field, drinks at night, and then that means blabbering lips once some drinks get to flowing.
Right.
And maybe we'll learn a little bit more about that. One of our texters says, what's the over-under on the word look today for Sean Payton?
Yeah, so the Sean Payton bingo card that they'll have in place at the Combine,
Look,
like relative
to,
vision.
Yes,
right?
vision.
All these sorts of things. So we're going to find out quite a bit, and around the league we'll find that out.
Does he get asked about Bose response?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Everything that he was avoiding. My opinion, this is not inside info or not anything the team didn't tell me to say or told me to say or whatever. I personally believe that he didn't go to the Super Bowl because he didn't want that.
Yeah.
He'd already messed up by talking about Bo incorrectly, and then Bo took issue with it. Bo, had a pre-scheduled. It was totally pre-scheduled. Yeah. We were told it was totally pre-scheduled. And then now Sean's going to have to get asked about it. Now he'll brush it off quickly and move on, and that's the benefit of time. Had he been asked about it, we would have had a damn,
heck yeah,
some sort of investigation. Like, okay, what did you really mean by what you said? Today it'll be like a question, maybe two, and then it's on, and then it'll be, did you talk to Kenyon Sadiq? It's the Combine. It's generally the same thing every single year. It does suck that I'm not there, but still, we know what we're going to get today.
Yeah, I agree. The Bo thing will be interesting. The play calling question, those are the big ones that we need to know. And then George Payton I would love to know, George, we've kind of followed his suit. You said you were going to self-scout your roster the first couple of weeks, scout the division the next week, and then start to prepare for the Combine here. Ask the questions. What is your roster lacking? What is the AFC West doing now to chase you as the champion that you have to counter? Those are the things I want to know from both Sean and George.
Yeah,
today.
man, I want to know with George, okay, and he'll be very, moderate with what he says. Is not going to be like, hey, guys, we're drafting Jonah Coleman. You know what I mean? But, like, we're like this back class. Like, okay, what does he think of this class? Because this running back class isn't what it was last year when they should have taken not one but two, and then they overdraft R.J. Harvey, and then they don't take a second back in the 7th round. I might have a fix for that today on Bo's board.
Okay.
That's coming up at 10:30. Stay tuned for that. But it's a big day around the league. We're going to get a lot of information. We're going to get guys potentially cut, discussions like that. Like, it's all coming. More franchise tags coming. The discussion is about ready to get hot and heavy in Indy.
See, and I got a personal theory about the Super Bowl, too, is that Sean was told, hey, why don't you sit this one out? Why don't you sit this one out after the way things ended?
I think it had to be very grating for him because that was his guy, Drew Brees, going into the Hall of Fame.
Oh, that's right.
He could have waxed poetic about Drew Brees for hours.
I mean, he still will on Hall of Fame weekend.
But he would have had great stories at the Super Bowl, so it's either Sean Payton just decided to skip the Super Bowl the year Drew Brees was going into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I bet that happened.
It was suggested maybe he skips the media row.
Yeah.
What do you think? And that's all I ask. Kev, we don't need to play my theme music here, or maybe we do. But that's all I ask in life. Just critical thinking, everybody. So do you think Sean Payton didn't want to go to the Super Bowl when Drew Brees was getting entered into the Hall of Fame? Do you really think that? Or do you think maybe it was a suggestion of like, hey, let's let this simmer down?
Right. You think Broncos PR is calling my phone because they like me? Or do they want to get a message out?
You know, put all their business in the streets today.
I'm just saying,
okay,
man.
All right.
All right, a couple texts here for Tribe Roll Call. Our dude Jason, he's in Denver cleaning porta potties for Allied. He's not enjoying it. But Jason, we always tell you keep grinding. Eventually, you'll be the boss of those porta potty cleaners at some point. And by the way, you were a construction guy. I was a construction guy. You're like, oh, the porta potty guys are here. I'm going first as soon as they're done.
Right. And you definitely didn't want to be behind one of your coworkers because, man, how do their stomachs operate? Nothing but beer and Taco Bell.
And Roach Coach food.
Yeah,
the burritos coming from the morning.
Oh, dude, Roach Coach.
When you hear that horn, dude.
Oh, man.
Yes.
Ain't nothing like a great Roach Coach, man.
Like it's 9:15. We've done it.
Exactly.
We got the first Roach Coach.
It's almost a little mark in your day. And, that's what sports radio is as well. I used to know what time it is by what segment they were doing, right?
Yeah.
For Irvin Joe or anybody on, old Scotty and Stan and Big Al, like all that. So I get it, man. Roach Coach comes around, you know what time it is.
Yeah, you're feeling good.
Time to get a cheap burrito and sober up.
That's when Puddin would start drinking beer too. I'm like, it's 9:15. This guy's hammering beers. What's going on?
Dude, construction is a whole different ball game, man. Whole different ball game.
Eric's at the Doggy Dude Ranch in Watkins.
Nice.
Dogcatranch.com. I have questions for Eric. So we take our dog. My wiener dog goes to daycare when we're on vacation. And we started to, we pay for all this extra stuff, go on a midnight walk, daycare twice throughout the day so we can play with the dogs. And we get home, and I'm like, what are the chances they did any of that? You know what I mean? What are the chances they actually put my dog out 5 times to pee because I paid for it 5 times? Eric, you tell me. Give me a little insight as to what goes on there if it's actually going down. Keep your texts coming. Love hearing from you guys. 303-713-1043. That is the RamosLaw.com text line. Same deal over on the YouTube page. Subscribe while you're there and get in on the Dover and Cecil chat. You're in just like that. All right, with the Nuggets and Avs both being off today, we're going to dive a little bit deeper into these problems with both teams. Up first are the Nuggets. We know they have some issues in close games in the fourth quarter. How do they fix those issues? Is the solution actually very simple? Let's get into that next.
Do the title hopes of the Denver Nuggets rest on one singular player?
I think it's pretty simple. They won't because Aaron Gordon isn't healthy. They will because Aaron Gordon is healthy.
I agree with you, 100%.
That's your stopper. That's your guy that is your matchup guy on the defensive end of the court. For me, it comes down to Aaron Gordon.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Tune in Tuesday afternoons for Injury Insights with Zach Bai and Dr. Joseph Ramos to hear the latest injury news on your local teams and around the world of sports. Ramos Law. What makes us different makes us better.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Cudarelli Vision. Here's my story. I wore glasses growing up for a long time, and then when I hit my 30s playing for the Broncos, I ended up having LASIK surgery, but when I hit my mid-50s, I needed those readers for everything I did, whether it was going to restaurants trying to read menus, whether it was reading statistics, studying film, I needed those reading glasses. Well, I decided to go see Dr. Cudarelli at Cudarelli Vision for a refractive lens exchange, and I can tell you firsthand, total game changer, and you can join Dr. Cudarelli for his live webinar tomorrow at noon. Learn more about refractive lens exchange from Cudarelli Vision. This free webinar is the perfect opportunity to meet Dr. Cudarelli and have him answer all your questions like, is RLE for me? Am I a good candidate? What's the recovery time? What's the cost? Is there financing? Cudarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures, and he can tell you when it's time for you. Make sure you join that live webinar tomorrow at noon. Register at ColoradoRLE.com. That's ColoradoRLE.com.
All Americans should do what they can to prepare for the future. Donald Trump Jr. here with an important message. More and more Americans are looking for ways to diversify their hard-earned money, and gold is the perfect solution. For example, a gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group lets you diversify your IRA or 401k into physical gold with zero taxes and zero penalties. You stay in control with a tangible asset that's held value for thousands of years. And right now, Birch Gold is offering a free info kit to help you understand how it works. Just text the word SECURE, SECURE, to 989898. There's no pressure, no obligation, just the facts. You can't predict the future, but you can be prepared, but only if you educate yourself. So take that first step right now. Text SECURE to the number 989898 today. That's SECURE to 9898.
You sit down with a juicy QPC, some McNuggets, and those golden fries from McDonald's. Then you take a long sip of your Sprite because you can still hear your mama saying, don't fill up on that drink before you eat your food. But you're grown now, so you do what you want.
Share and share alike with the 20-piece McNuggets from McDonald's for just $6. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 104.3 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, let's talk a little Nuggets and issues that they have going on. We know what they are, but what are the solutions to said problems? Before we dive deep into that, remind you guys to keep it coming with Tribe Roll Call text over on the RamosLaw.com text line and our YouTube page. Also, a quick reminder about our Superfan send-off going down, presented by 303 Law 4040. I can't stress enough how much we want a Tribe member to win this. So if you love wrestling, you're a wrestling super fan, we want you to listen up. We got your chance to go to Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. Shout out to 303 Law 4040 for putting the super fan send-off together. If you win, you're going to get a pair of 2-night tickets to the event, round-trip airfare for you and a guest from Denver to Las Vegas, 2 nights hotel stay, and how about $500 preloaded on a Visa gift card? And take care of your concessions, maybe a little merch. Let us take care of that for you. You can't win if you don't play, and you can play and get signed up at denversports.com/superfan. Get there now, get signed up, win, and then call us and tell us how awesome the trip was once you get back to the Mile High City. All right, so we know about the Nuggets issues, right? The clutch games are the big one right now.
Oh, yeah.
Giving up threes, a big problem as well. Jamal at the free throw line, I'm not going to say it's a big problem, but it's been a problem a couple of times in the last month or so. CB and Cam finding roles, and then Aaron Gordon. Can his body actually hold up? And, it's a 16-win must if you want to win the Larry O'Brien trophy, and he hadn't played a 16-game stretch in a couple of seasons, has Aaron Gordon. So let's start at the top of the list. The clutch games. They're bad, right? They're 3-6 in February, and 5 of those Nuggets' 6 losses have been within 5 points in the last 5 minutes. That's what you call a clutch game. They continue to rank 29th in clutch defense. And how about this, dude? They've given up 91 points on 68 clutch possessions.
Ugh.
So when the opponent has the ball in a 5-point game under 5 minutes, 91 points have been given up on 68 possessions.
Wow.
That's a terrible number for the Denver Nuggets. So defensively, all right, yeah, getting Aaron Gordon back, that's going to help. Cam finding a better role Christian finding his, hey, Christian, you're a defender, man. You get scraps, you get buckets in transition. That's pretty much it. I need you to focus on being the best perimeter defender that this team has. Hopefully he can figure that out. That'll help some of the defensive stuff.
Yes.
But just this clutch stuff on the offensive side, like I said, maybe there's just a simple solution on this. Is it less of everybody else and more of the 2 guys that got us here? More Jamal and Joker? When it's a 5-point game and 5 minutes less, I know we hated it back in the day, but it's you stand in that corner. You stand in that corner. Christian, you crash when we roll. And it's a 2-man game, dribble handoff, high pick and rolls. It's those little behind-the-back passes to Joker from Jamal.
Yes.
It's the little turnaround from Joker to Jamal when the defense comes with him. And is the simple solution right in front of us? More Joker, more Jamal, less the rest of y'all.
Dang, I love this, man, because 20 minutes in, I'm going to get crunchy like you were on the back nine of the golf course yesterday. Because here's what you're saying. To take a step forward, you actually have to step back and look. Like, what's going on? You've stepped in the mud puddle. You've stepped in the goose poop is around here at the studio. That's all we got, a bunch of geese running around. Like, so you've stepped in it. Like, now what do you do?
Yeah.
I think it's time to step back and look and go, oh, Christian, go back to transition guy. Christian, go back to, like, this is what you do. That's it.
He was icing on the cake as a rookie because he just got buckets in transition and was a reliable defender for 48 minutes.
And you need the defense more than anything else. Buckets are going to be there. You got guys for buckets.
Their
Timmy
offense
can get
is
you
gonna
buckets.
be okay.
Brucey B can get you little buckets. Julian Strother can get you buckets. Peyton Watson, when he's healthy, can get you buckets. But I go to Christian specifically. Let's start there and just say, okay, back to what it was. Back to the past, if you will. Back to the player that was the hustle guy, the effort guy, defensive effort, and then hustle points. You need the hustle points, guys.
Yeah.
And right now, because Christian, and this is just an assumption, but it seems like he understands his offensive role, and then he's not doing what he used to do, right? You still need that. In fact, that's way more important than standing around waiting for a 3 that he's going to hesitate on.
Isn't it like the old saying, dance with the girl that brought you?
Uh-huh.
How do you get a starting job?
Yeah.
You're a reliable defender that can run in transition.
How'd you
and
get your
buckets at the
contract?
rim. Yeah, exactly. Why do you go away from that guy?
Right. Why did he go away from that guy? I don't think that's Coach Adelman necessarily.
I don't either.
I think that's a large part of Christian. Like, okay, now I've got to do this. No.
That's exactly what he's like. I
Go
got
back.
to take a next step, which
Right.
is more offense. No, you don't.
No.
Not on this team.
Right.
Maybe that's in 5 years when the roster's different.
Sure.
You don't have to do anything different right now.
I don't think there's anything wrong with going back and saying, okay, it's just Jamal and Joker at the end. Let's do it like we did it before, right?
Mm-hmm.
Almost went Bloodhound Gang. Do it like they do on the Discovery Channel. Do it like you did before, whether it was on the Discovery Channel or not. But just go back to that 2-man game. I think that's one thing. If you go back to basics, that's kind of what's missing right now. You've got guys that are uncomfortable in their roles. Cam Johnson, alerts, bells going off. You've got guys that are assuming their roles need to be different, and that's Christian. And then you've got the guys who need to have the ball at the end, and that's Joker and Jamal, and that's it. And if they rewind that, I don't think that's a step back. I don't think that's a lack of progress. I think that's, again, you stepped in this stuff. Now you got to step back and be like, okay, where was it?
Yeah.
How do I get this off my shoe? That's what the Nuggets need to do.
And it's a little bit more of that conversation we were having yesterday of like, I know Joker's an alpha male. I know Jamal is the alpha male on this team. But, I mean, you look at Boston when they get Jason Tatum back. What do you think they're going to close with?
Right.
Tatum and Brown with the ball in their hands, and everybody else in their spots if they're needed, but not relied upon. Just get back to this little two-man game. I will say this. There's a weird number that kind of goes against this, but I think it's something that we can now monitor in the last, 25 games or 24 games, whatever it is, to watch Jamal closer. Because Denver actually is better in clutch games without Nikola than they are with him. So that kind of tells me, all right, guys are kind of just standing around, but how much of an emphasis is on Jamal and Joker or just Joker?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So guys are like, oh, he's going to do it. And, okay, we want that, but Jamal has to be a part of, they're going to do it. Not a he, it's a they with Jamal and Joker.
Yeah, and I think that's the key right there because Jamal, I want him still shooting free throws, even with the 2 misses at the end to lead to losses for the Nuggets. I still want him there being very active as a distributor, as a shooter, as an attacker of the basket. He needs to do all those things and then some. And if guys are going to say they're going to do it, you could probably still move without the ball, please.
Well, dude, there's so many. If you're not a part of the offense in clutch games, rebound, set off-ball screens. Like you said, you're constantly moving on the baseline.
Cut to the basket.
You're if dribble handoffs aren't happening at the free throw line, you're present there and then moving to the wings. It's just the
basketball 101.
Yeah, exactly. The things we learn as 7th graders, you keep doing at the NBA level because you keep the defense guessing. And then as the Nuggets get lost when the ball's moving a little bit, they can take advantage of that because of bodies moving, not necessarily the basketball.
Right. So there is a way. We're just interested to see if Coach Adelman starts getting him to that way.
And look, you can feel sorry for him if you want. He's going to get a pretty paycheck for a few years to do this gig. But I think for the first time, we're kind of going, hey, DA, show us your worth.
Step it up, man.
Show us your worth, man. You got this job. Now show us why.
Yeah.
That's what I want to find out.
And it's more than just anybody could coach Joker and Jamal.
We're finding out that's not the case.
Yeah. DA, you got your finger on the pulse of this team. Start hitting it. Don't worry about the energy. I don't want to hear him talking about energy anymore.
No, I hate
you
that,
control the energy, DA.
I hate that stuff. Quick text here. Rob from Cortez. He's one of our OGs. Good morning, tribe. He said, I heard Dover got engaged. Congrats. I found the love of my life in my 40s, too. Best wishes, dude. Rob, thank you so much. Found the wrong one in my 30s, right one in my 40s.
Love is love, man.
That's exactly
love is love.
Right. Phil in Arvada is checking in. Okay. He's talking about some things I'm not sure we can talk about, but I like that there. We got the, Doggy Dude Ranch checking in again. Jeff in Denver this time. So we got a lot of dog folks out there today hitting us up for some tribe roll call.
You love it, man.
Absolutely love it.
We got Matthew down in Denver working at a warehouse for my buck today.
Ooh, nice.
That's right. Broncos Maniac says Margarita Mondays are getting hard to deal with.
Dude, a warehouse?
Is this Sean Payton? Is Broncos Maniac actually Sean Payton?
He's on a flight right now. You ever work in a warehouse?
Yeah.
Warehouse jobs are awesome.
Awesome. Running a forklift is awesome.
Yeah.
Driving and racing pallet jacks are awesome.
Yeah. Just the vibe of a warehouse job where everybody's like, yeah, screw this place. We're going to do whatever we want.
Right.
Like, do you remember they're like dollies, but you can put it's like an appliance dolly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I've only had one warehouse job, but like everybody skated in there. So we just play games of skate with the appliance dollies and just try to do shove-its all over the place. And then the boss would come like, what are you guys doing? And we're like, dude, he's got a T. We're almost done. And he let us finish. It was awesome. Warehouse workers, you guys are crushing it all the time. All right, let's get to it. Bose board at 10:30 every single day. A new name for the Denver Broncos to chase, have a conversation about for their offseason additions. A familiar name. What would he bring to the Denver Broncos as a free agent? You'll find out who it is and the answer to that next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
The AutoNation flash sale is on for 1 week only. Drive with 0 down plus 0 payments till June. Don't wait. Save on thousands of new cars and trucks. All your favorite makes and models. 0 down plus 0 payments till June. We'll even buy your car and pay you top dollar on the spot. Don't miss this limited time event. Hurry to your nearest AutoNation.
Appraisal subject to verification. 60-month max term financing on approved credit. Interest accrues from date of purchase. See store for details. Expires 2/28/26.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated. And with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really. Free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ends March 9th. Restrictions apply.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
You're listening to Sports Talk Radio at work. So is your competition. So are your customers. Denver sports fans don't half listen. They argue. They text in. They remember stats from 1998. They remember who sponsors their obsession. Audio, video, or online. We've got every angle covered. DenverSports.com. Make your move.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR. Advanced Hair.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
So you dust the mantle on Monday, and it's covered again by Tuesday. It's frustrating, right? But don't just look at the mantle. Do me a favor. Remove one of your vents and take a look inside. You see that buildup? That's where the musty smell of dust is coming from. Your home system is just recirculating that dust over and over again until you finally press that reset button on your home's air quality. Mark Schlereth here. You need to call my friends at Ductworks. Ductworks sets the standard for clean air in Colorado. In fact, they are NADCA certified, which means they're insured and you're receiving quality through knowledge. And they don't just blow the air around. They use specialized scraping system to scrub the walls of your air ducts, removing years of grime. Call them today at 303-425-0985 for a free estimate. Commercial or residential, get a fresh start today. Call 303-425-0985 or visit them at ductworks.com.
303-425-0985.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by TradeGen Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on ESPN Denver 1600, CSU basketball faces Fresno State with pregame starting at 6:30.
104.3 The Fan. We are Denver Sports.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, 10:30. Let's get into Bose board. Some we're doing every day at 10:30 and 12:30. We encourage you guys to continue with your tribe roll call text. Always want listener participation, but certainly when we're talking Bose board, if the name we talk about it's something you like, let us know. If it's something you hate, that's okay too. Let us know and tell us why, and we'll have those kind of conversations. So we're building Bo's board. We're adding some talent. We're just kicking around some ideas as to who can come into Denver, rock the orange and blue, and help Bo and the Broncos take the next step. Yes, they need help in the running back room. Could this guy be that help?
Rolling out, flinging it, Pacheco. Pacheco finds his way to the end zone and a Kansas City touchdown.
Isaiah Pacheco, the name for Bo's board today. He was a big part of what they were doing early on in his career and really big value for where he was selected. Then it seemed like every year after that, they tried to find his replacement and dealing with his body breaking down on him from time to time. So, Cecil, today's name is Isaiah Pacheco. I said it. Broncos country are going to be real familiar with him. Because of what he did early on as a member of the Kansas City Chiefs. Did have an MCL sprain in his right knee last season.
Yep.
Make the price tag a little less.
Yep.
You tell me how you're feeling about Isaiah Pacheco.
I loved him when he came out of Rutgers, and this team had him in the building for a top 30 visit, and then they chose Delarian Turner-Yell.
Oh, wow.
They chose Montreal Washington. Like, they had Isaiah Pacheco in this building. You see the ferocity in which he runs. Now, he runs with no regard for his personal safety.
That's good, because I don't have any for his personal safety either.
Okay, and if it's like a one-year deal, Spot Track has his number real low. Like, real low. So I look at it and I go, okay, this guy is, in a way, a kind of violent version of J.K. Dobbins. Like, J.K. Dobbins is a top 5 back when he's healthy. Isaiah Pacheco is more like a top 15 back just because he's so violent as a runner. Like, he wants to run through a brick wall, like, right now. And he doesn't care about his own body. He doesn't care about your safety. He doesn't care about the safety of his teammates. Doesn't care about anybody. He just wants to run the ball down your throat. And so I am completely biased. All right. And I'm already seeing in the YouTube chat, Broncos Maniacs like, pass on Pacheco. I got you. I hear it. I know that Kevin Kistner may be a tough sell on this one. But I am telling you, as someone who was biased about Isaiah Pacheco when he came out of Rutgers, as someone who went on and on for years, so bad that I actually was told behind the scenes, like, can you stop talking about Isaiah Pacheco and how they passed on him and got to Larry Turner-Yell? Can you please stop doing that? Because I bring it up all the time. Yeah. So I'm just bringing it back one time for Bo's board, because I flippin' love what Isaiah Pacheco brings to the field. Now, he's not going to catch passes, and he's probably going to get banged up. So people would say, well, why do I want that? Why don't you just bring back J.K. Dobbins? I get it. I understand that. But he's much more violent than J.K. Dobbins. If you want to smash the opponent in their face, in their head yet, you do it with Isaiah Pacheco. So just from that standpoint, if I want, hey, it's 4th and 1, just ram it up in there. And that's what Pacheco does. You know, so I'm not saying there's big plays. I already know Kev's going to talk about playmakers. I understand that. But I'm talking about violence. Football players are not well adjusted. Yeah. Okay, period. You know, we know some guys.
Amen, brother.
I would name them, but then they'd kill me. Don't kill me, McChesney. But football players are not well adjusted at all, period. Okay? Yeah. I want the guy that's a little nuts, right? You want to get nuts? Yeah. Let's get nuts. I want Isaiah Pacheco because I know that in those moments where you need to boss up, you need to boss up on guys. Could this team boss up on anybody last year?
Didn't feel
even
like
with
it.
J.K. Dobbins, would they boss up on you?
Like the Cowboys and Bengals, they did that.
Would they kick the crap out of you on the ground? Would they dominate you physically? I think you're missing some of that. So again, Bo's board is a thought experiment, and yes, I'm completely biased because I've loved Isaiah Pacheco since he was a 7th rounder out of Rutgers. But I'm just saying, I like the idea of being the surgeon with Bo Nix and precise and sharp and efficient and dangerous. And then somebody like Pacheco's just being nuts, crazy. Give him the ball, and he's going to run through your face.
See, you're selling me with the word violence and running through your face.
Yes.
And 4th and 1, and that's what Kevin talked about yesterday, needing a body for that 4th and 1. I love all of that. I love that he doesn't care about his body because he's a running back and no one should care about their bodies. I'm sorry, but that's just the way
You're
that it goes.
You're not going to play that long as a running back.
Exactly. So I absolutely love that. By the way, his body's breaking down on him. First year in the NFL, he played all 17 games. The next year, 14 games, and he's north of 800 yards year 1, north of 900 yards year 2. Production's dropped because of injuries, and then them having to find some replacements there. Spot Track has it as a 1-year, $4 million deal, basically. It's not going to break the bank by any means. I would also assume here that you're not saying it's Isaiah Pacheco as the lead back and you rely upon that forever, because just like J.K. Dobbins, it's only a matter of time before something happens. So it's an add, a keep, and then probably draft somebody is kind of what I'm feeling.
You're getting 2 backs this offseason. You have to. If you don't get 2 backs, I think George Payton made a mistake.
I don't hate this idea. I will say I'm pretty stuck on Tyler Algier, R.J. Harvey.
Yeah.
And
I get it.
And
Brian Robinson
yesterday. Brian Robinson,
the conversation was very good around Brian Robinson.
But look, I'm not going to just poo-poo it because he used to wear a shirt that said Kansas City on it. I'm not going to do that.
Are you going to poo-poo it because the guy gets banged up because he runs with violence?
No, because you can use that against him in contract negotiations. And I think that's great. I'm serious.
Okay, now the other thing you could use this against, this really means R.J. Harvey's like the 1A. If you get Isaiah Pacheco, he's more like the 1B. And it's an important 1B, but this isn't like a Brian Robinson where it's like Robinson's the 1A and then RJ's the 1B.
I think that's the concern of like, okay, RJ becomes the 1A. What if Pacheco gets hurt at some point? So then you're telling me the running back room consists of second-year R.J. Harvey and rookie running back that we don't know where their legs would be yet.
Rookie running back should make an impact faster than R.J. Harvey did.
Okay.
Full disclosure. That's why I gave him 6 games and had to keep extending that because he wasn't showing up the way that he needed to. But Kevin Kistner, I was nervous about this one, so take it easy on me if you don't like this because I love Pacheco. I understand why it's a taste thing. It may not be of your taste.
Well, let me say this. You were the only person in the world talking about Isaiah Pacheco during that draft. And I remember that like no other.
Because I wouldn't shut up about it.
I remember. And then he came out in his first and second years, and it's like,
he was a stud.
This guy's great. Cecil had him, and is the biggest sleeper pick. So I do remember that. I just don't know where he fits. He doesn't excite me that much. Like, if he's willing to come in and be the third guy to replace McLaughlin, fine. I'm okay with that, but I just don't know where he fits with this offense right now. I mean, he's like that. I want that 70-inch curve TV.
Yeah.
He's like that TV that your uncle's like, dude, it works great. It works great. And the remote, but he didn't give you the remote.
Yeah. Like, why has it been in your garage then?
Yeah, it's like, oh, it works great. It's all good.
It's old tube TV.
Yeah, and it's like, you didn't give me the remote, so I can't work the TV. I can't turn it on. Or the input doesn't work to get me to PlayStation or Xbox.
So it's not shiny enough for you.
It's not shiny enough for me. Because I was watching Breece Hall highlights last night.
This is what's happened. Kevin is now dead stuck on
Drew,
one guy.
Can you get him in line, please? Could you keep him in live speedback back there? It's all Breece Hall highlights.
That's all you want.
I want Bo Nix going to Disney World after he wins the Super Bowl.
Turn on his microphone so we can make fun of you. Come on.
I can't make fun of him. I don't even know what's happening over here. There's Avalanche stuff going on that I'm paying more attention to right now.
Okay.
Real fast. Is it Breece Hall or nothing for you at running back?
No, there's 4 guys up there.
Okay.
ETN, one of these rookies.
One of the rookies I really like, too. All right, Tribe, you tell us. Cecil and I are intrigued. Kevin says no.
Yeah.
And we have some major news to talk about. The Avalanche have been trying to do something. What did you say, Drew? For about 5 years they've been trying to do this?
At least the last 3.
And they've done it.
I think Creaky's going to be real happy.
As of today, a move made by the Colorado Avalanche. Samuel Girard is no longer an Av. We'll give you the details coming up next.
During his best season as a pro, does Jamal Murray need to give his teammates a reality check?
Couldn't Jamal Murray sit down in that locker room and call guys out by name? You know, those sort of kind of conversations have to be had, and I don't think there's anybody better to do it than Jamal Murray because he was the problem and is now the solution.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Still haven't filed your taxes? You're not alone, but the longer you wait, the harder the IRS can hit back. Penalties, interest, letters, none of it goes away on its own. At Advanced Tax Solutions, resolving IRS problems is all they do. Whether you're a year behind or 10, their licensed tax professionals can step in fast, stop the stress, and help you get back on track. Don't let another day slip by. A quick call could mean a quick resolution. Contact my friends at Advanced Tax Solutions today and take control of your tax situation before the IRS does.
If you've been injured in an auto accident, Dr. Joseph Ramos is both a doctor and a lawyer, combining legal and medical expertise. He can help. Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. RamosLaw.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach By here. For 50 to 80 Exteriors, Colorado homes face more risk than ever from intense weather, including wildfire exposure. 50 to 80 Exteriors prioritizes fire-resistant, non-combustible, low-maintenance exterior upgrades with reliable quality installations. Protect your home with James Hardy siding, TimberTech decking, and Pella Impervia fiberglass windows, all designed to stand up to heat, weather, and time. They also offer 60 months no-interest financing. 50 to 80 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
This February, save 25% off all primetime functional trainers, home gyms, and racks. Work out on your schedule on the equipment you choose from the safety and comfort of your own home. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Cutarelli Vision. Here's my story. I wore glasses growing up for a long time, and then when I hit my 30s playing for the Broncos, I ended up having LASIK surgery, but when I hit my mid-50s, I needed those readers for everything I did, whether it was going to restaurants trying to read menus, whether it was reading statistics, studying film, I needed those reading glasses. Well, I decided to go see Dr. Cutarelli at Cutarelli Vision for refractive lens exchange, and I can tell you firsthand, total game changer. And you can join Dr. Cutarelli for his live webinar tomorrow at noon. Learn more about refractive lens exchange from Cutarelli Vision. This free webinar is the perfect opportunity to meet Dr. Cutarelli and have him answer all your questions like, is RLE for me? Am I a good candidate? What's the recovery time? What's the cost? Is there financing? Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures, and he can tell you when it's time for you. Make sure you join that live webinar tomorrow at noon. Register at coloradorle.com. That's coloradorle.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
The free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help troubleshoot the likely cause of your pesky check engine light for free and get you back on the road. Restrictions apply. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
All right, we got to jump right into it. We've got some breaking news to share. Told you about what was going out on the other side. What's going to come back for the Colorado Avalanche? A trade has gone down. The NHL trade deadline is going to be a week from this Friday. So they're getting ahead of this a little bit, is old Chris McFarland down there at Ball Arena.
Yeah, 10 days out, and they decided to make a move now.
Sam Girard is no longer an Av. Like I said, they've been trying to do that for 4 or 5 years, it feels like.
It's been a minute.
And they finally got that contract off the books. They're also going to move a 2028 second-round pick. Going to go to Pittsburgh with Sammy G. And in return, the Colorado Avalanche will get defenseman Brett Kulak coming back to Colorado, a 31-year-old defenseman that was in Pittsburgh, has bounced around a little bit, born in Edmonton there. Brett Kulak sitting at 6'1", going to come to Colorado and be probably that third pairing of a defenseman with Malinsky there on the back end. So it's doing a couple things here, Cease, and I actually like this. Sammy G, big part of what the Avalanche did, winning the Cup, and he's the one that had the sternum thing, right? Got blasted and broke his sternum in the playoffs, and always had some respect for the little guy for that, but They always wanted to get out of that contract. I think they always wanted to get bigger on the blue line
More
back
size,
there.
yep.
Yes, he can, skate, move around a little bit, and has some offensive presence, but you need to be a little bit better on that blue line. Kulak's going to give you that, and his money's going to come off the books at the end of this year, which obviously goes into the equation as well. So, look, we got to figure out what he's going to do on the ice, but I think this is a smart move. You're getting out of a contract. You're getting out of a player that's, let's be honest, a little bit of a liability when the postseason comes because of that size on the back end. You're getting a little bigger, and you're getting freed up money at the end of the season. I think this is a really good first move from Chris.
Yeah, first move for Chris. Maybe not the last move for Chris McFarland. We shall see. But with Kulak, you get left shot option. You get playoff experience. You got a guy that on penalty kill usage, dependable defender who can eat minutes on the PK. So you love to see that. And I think it got our guy Drew Spivak excited.
Yeah.
So anytime you can add more physicality, veteran experience, this team wants to go all the way. It's Stanley Cup or bust. You need to be better for a postseason run. Kulak sounds like a guy that can help get him over the top.
He could be, for sure. His game has dipped over the last 2 years, I would say.
How's this change of scenery help him then?
It could. Now, you would say, like, he got traded last year. He got traded from Edmonton to Pittsburgh last
December,
year.
yeah.
Yeah, so he wasn't spectacular during his time in Pittsburgh. But let's be honest, the Penguins were not a very good hockey team last year. They started out as a pretty decent hockey team this year and have kind of fallen off a little bit before the break. But I think the big thing for me in this whole thing is you finally got out of Sam Girard's contract. You're getting half the money. Trying to think Kulak's making $2.7 million this year. He's a free agent after this year. Gives you some flexibility whether you want to bring him back or not. But this opens up, like you said, Josh. I think this is the first move basically for this team in the trade deadline. Because initially I'm thinking, okay, you bring in Brett Kulak. This is a depth defenseman. There's something else coming. And then you see Sam Girard going out. Okay, well now Kulak can play with Malinsky in the third pair, and this opens up the potential to add either a third-line center, maybe even another defenseman if you wanted to go that route, although that's probably done at this point because Sam Malinsky has proven that he is he's taken his game to another level this year. Yeah, he's still a little bit smaller. You don't love that part of it, but he's playing in the third pairing. It's not that big of a deal. You pair him with a bigger guy in Brett Kulak, you're probably okay in that range. So,
how much ice time does the third pairing get in the postseason?
I mean, you're talking 15 minutes, 14 minutes.
That's actually a little more than I even thought, but it's still not a ton.
It's still not a ton, but it's a better option than having these smaller Sam Girard back there. And I've always been a big kind of naysayer on Sam Girard's game. Now, I'll be honest, over the last year and a half, he's picked it up. He's played better, but not $5 million a year better. He's not worth that type of money at this stage in his career. So, listen, this move for me gets probably a B plus from Chris McFarland, and then let's see what he does next because they still need to add at least another piece, maybe two, probably just one at this point.
Well, don't you think, too, if all right, you're getting Sammy's money off the books, so you're opening things up for the next year, you now get to cast a wider net for that next trade because you can take a player with salary. Hey, we can take that on because we have now opened up $2.5-3 million for next year, and that can all go to third line center or whoever it may be.
Who that next move would be.
Like they made a move.
If they're making this move to open up some money.
Did they make a move with a target in mind, or did they make a move to just have the flexibility to go chase?
Or did they finally find someone that would take on Sammy G's contract
and just said, "Yeah, we'll do it."
That might be it.
It's gotta be all of the above, right? Like all those things. Obviously,
column A, a little column B,
a little bit, yeah. And the first name, honestly, that pops to mind for me as far as somebody they could be possibly targeting, and we're gonna need a decent amount of cap space in order to do it. Our old friend Nazem Kadri.
Okay.
I mean,
we talked about that like a month ago and
we
said
did.
They don't have the money for it.
Exactly. Now, does Kadri want to go from a first-line center in Calgary, which he's been on a bad team for the last couple of years, to probably a third-line center? Because what Brock has done, you're not moving Brock down to the third line. That's not happening. So do you want to go from a first to a third-line center, but you're in a winning situation, a place you're familiar with, somewhere you've had a ton of success.
And fans love it.
Fans love the heck out of him.
Fans love him. And let's be honest, we've kind of talked a little bit like, what do the Avs need in the postseason? Grit.
Toughness.
Yep.
He brings that.
That's Kadri 101.
No question about it. So he's kind of the first name that pops to mind for me. But listen, we're going to see a flurry of activity over here the next couple of days. The trade deadline is a week from Friday. So this is just the first of, I think, at least one more move coming.
I'm putting you on the spot a little bit. And if you don't know, it's okay. But with the move made today, because when we talked about Kadri a month ago, we all said a third team would need to facilitate to take some money away. Does this move today make that a realistic opportunity, or are we still kind of pipe dreaming?
Well, let's put it this way. I'm just refreshing on Puckpedia here. Right now, their current cap space, they have $8.7 million.
That's a lot of money in the NHL.
That is a lot of money, considering where they've been the last couple years, especially with Gabe being on IR, not knowing when he was going to come back or whatnot. This frees up a ton of money to make some more moves if you need to just add more depth pieces, because you're set in the top 6. You don't have to worry about that.
Right.
Your fourth line is pretty much good to go especially with the idea of maybe getting Logan O'Connor back at some point this season. So this opens up the door for a ton of possibilities to add not just a depth center, a significant third line center.
You know what else it does? There's another layer to this, and we saw C-Mac Chris McFarland do this a year ago too. This other layer is, hey man, they recognize what we all recognize. It is the elephant in the room. You got to go win the Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
It's that or bust. And by bust, I mean conversations about y'all's jobs.
Mm-hmm.
And now this is them going, I'm not going to sit on my hands and get fired because I didn't do anything. Again, we got to see it play out. And last year there was conversations about was there enough time? And you're looking at the same timeline here. But they recognize what this is, and they're reiterating cup or bust for this group right now.
But I think the difference, because you mentioned the timeline, and I think that was a huge factor last year. Like they didn't have a choice. They had to swing big and make all these moves. Unfortunately, a lot of them, other than Netchus and the 2 goaltenders, came at the trade deadline. So there was not a lot of runway for them to elevate their game and get acquainted with the roster at that point in time. But remember, like if you're talking more about a depth piece, it's a little easier to ease them into the lineup as opposed to somebody who's playing probably a more significant role on this roster.
I mean, you asked Marty Netchus to be Mikko Rantanen.
Exactly.
That's a tough ask.
That is a huge ask.
And now Mikko's banged up for Dallas.
He is. Yeah, they're
going to miss some time. Be back for the playoffs is what they say.
It'll be before that. My guess is it'll be a week, maybe 2, because they put him on IR retroactive to, February 20th.
Right.
He's got to be on it for 7 days, so it's probably not going to be that significant of time. I think the thing to watch, though, on the injury front, let's see if anything is going on with Nathan MacKinnon, because there were a lot of rumors that he was playing banged up in the Olympic tournament. If we see, Nathan MacKinnon's going on IR, or if we see the Eagles make a call-up or 2, it could be something to just kind of keep an eye on. It could be, hey, these guys aren't going to play Wednesday night in Salt Lake City, or it could be something different. We'll have to wait and see.
Look, if I got to choose, and it's not my body, so I get to choose, let them have off tomorrow night against Utah. Play Thursday against Minnesota, because that means that's a big lot as to what's going on. And plus, we all hate the Wild. So, all right, if you're just checking in, Sam Girard, he's out. He is no longer a member of the Colorado Avalanche. Brett Kulak is in. Sammy G and a 2028 second-rounder. Going to Pittsburgh, Brett Kulak coming back from Pittsburgh. So you've got a new third pairing on the defensive on the blue line for these Colorado Avalanche, and little Sammy G will no longer be around. Thanks for the services, Sammy, and good luck there in Pittsburgh. More Avs conversation coming at you at 11:15, because we want to talk about some of the things they have to fix with the unofficial second half of the season starting tomorrow night. All right, in the meantime, we will get back to a Broncos conversation. Do the Broncos just have to throw a bunch of money at the open roster spots with free agents leaving, or can they trust the process a little bit and let young talent fill those voids? Let's talk about that young talent coming up next.
Will the Avalanche stars experience an Olympic hangover after an emotional gold medal game?
Just to think you go 2 weeks like that and you battle the way they battled and you lost the way that they lost a game that you were better. How do you just get over it that quick? I don't know, man. I am concerned about a hangover here from some of these guys, especially the Canadians.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What is up, everybody? It's Cecil Lammy here for SodaWeightLoss.com. I lost 60 pounds a few years ago with SodaWeightLoss.com, and I'm never going back. The real secret? Real food. Real weight loss. A real nutritionist that I get to work with and can text when I have questions, when I have concerns, when I straight up just need encouragement because Twinkies are good. That's what the nutritionist is there for. All that and then some. And that kind of personalized support makes the whole process feel easy. And that's what SodaWeightLoss.com does better than anyone else. It's fast, easy, convenient weight loss. Listen, there's no mystery pills, mystery injections, mystery chemicals in your body. It's real food, knowing how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. It's why I can join Soda for a short time to have results that last a lifetime. Down those 60 pounds a few years ago, never going back, man. And right now, best deal of the year. Join SodaWeightLoss.com today. Your partner joins for free. 2 people, 1 price, 2 transformations. Call them up, 1-866-800-SODA, or online, SodaWeightLoss.com. Soda Weight Loss is state of the art.
You know what it takes to win: the preparation, the game plan, the refusal to quit when things get hard. You bring that same mentality to your business every single day. But even the best teams need fans in the seats. At Denver Sports, we put your business in front of Denver's most passionate, loyal audience, on air, online, and on the big screen. You've got the drive, we've got the reach. Visit us online at DenverSports.com. Let's build your roster.
Your heat seems to be running a lot more than it should. Why? You might be surprised to learn it's because the insulation in your windows has failed. When that happens, your heat leaks out and the cold gets in. Talk to the pros at Window Nation and get new windows with big savings during Window Nation's Buy 4 Windows, Get 4 free sale. Plus, you could get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. And ask how you could get a pair of Icon Pass 2-day sessions. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Schedule a quote now at windownation.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Sex, intimacy, love. These 3 things are critical to a good relationship. And that's the problem with erectile dysfunction. It often destroys sexual enjoyment and intimacy. It stresses the love between partners, often to the breaking point. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're suffering with ED, you likely know exactly what I'm talking about. But I also want you to know that ED doesn't have to impact your relationship anymore. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts with our focus on men's sexual health. We've treated tens of thousands of men and have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. I promise you, if you're like most guys, you can get your sex life back, perhaps even performing like you haven't in years. So if ED is affecting you, it's time to get back to better sex, better intimacy, and deeper love. Call us. Just $99 gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Access to education changes lives. That's why National University provides flexible online and hybrid programs from associate to doctorate degrees. Since 1971, NU was built to serve non-traditional working and military learners nationwide. NU understands the demands of work, family, and service. Each year, more than 130,000 learners trust National University to move forward. Visit nu.edu to learn more.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on ESPN Denver 1600, CSU basketball faces Fresno State with pregame starting at 6:30.
104.3 The Fan. We are Denver Sports.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover
After some breaking news in hour number 1 with the Avalanche making a trade. We'll get back to that for sure.
First trade of how many?
I mean, at least a couple. There's
Nazem Kadri, get him back, man.
I think there's still at least a couple coming. And if Nas is a part of that equation, maybe it's just that one big one. And they're right back in business. They can return to that wagon that you kept calling them, Cease, to start the year. So big news today for the Colorado Avalanche. Not waiting 10 days. They're already active before the trade deadline. We'll get back to that. Like I said, we're going to talk Avs issues coming up at 11:15. I do want to talk a little bit about the situation that the Broncos are in right now with pending free agents, players that we both like, that are probably not going to be brought back because one of two reasons. One, they're not comfortable with the price tag, kind of talking about John Franklin Myers there. Or two, this could be in the John Franklin Myers equation as well, they are willing to let younger guys take an opportunity and run with them. So, Cease, there's a few players I want to highlight and ask you about. Do you trust the young guy behind them, or do you have to bring that player back or throw money at a free agent to fill that void?
Okay.
I think the first one is the biggest one, but man, I think it would be a huge mistake if the Denver Broncos were to go, hey, we really like Jaquan McMillan, but we're uncomfortable with the price tag after we drafted Jahdae Barron a year ago. I don't think Jahdae Barron is ready for the role that Jaquan can fill and did fill this last season. So to me, that's a no. Don't trust in the young talent. Pay the man in front of them and keep this thing together.
Well, first off, they have to decide where Jahdae Barron's going to play. That's the problem when you get a jack of all trades. It's like, well, okay, is he part-time safety? Is he an outside corner? Is it an inside corner? Like, he can move around the formation. That's what he did in college. He dipped his toe a little bit last year for the Broncos, but it's Jaquan McMillan all the way. I do not yet trust Jahdae Barron, and that doesn't say anything about him or the pick. It just says, where's it going to be? Like, that's the thing. Like, if we knew for sure, like, he is an outside corner, I mean, oh, okay, well, then that's where he's going to play. That's where you expect him to star. Right now, it's like, well, he can play different positions. So if we don't know where he's yet going to play, I'm not moving on from Jaquan McMillan. I'm paying that man because he's worth every penny.
See, I look at this as you're kind of explaining it. I go, hey, I want Jaquan to be here basically for the foreseeable future until he starts to dip off in production. I'd like to see this dude in the orange and blue. And then I go, all right, what's going to happen with Jahdae Barron? Well, after this upcoming season, Brandon Jones is going to be a free agent, and maybe there's a conversation there about your safeties for the next couple of seasons being Talanoa Hufanga and Jahdae Barron, and you're saving a couple of dollars on that back end because you got Jahdae. I know it's a first-round contract, but you're still working on a rookie deal.
Yeah.
And look, Brandon Jones has been fine, but you can probably get a little bit better there.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what the Broncos, George Payton has to make these decisions of like, is good enough? I think we're done with that. We're done with that. You've got to be
Super
great.
Bowl window, you can't settle.
Yeah, and they've settled too long, and that's why players that, like, hey, they were fine, they were great in years past, Adam Troutman, Jaleel McLaughlin, maybe even a Brandon Jones. You're not good enough now for where this team's at.
Next up is the guy we've talked a ton about, and John Franklin Myers. I did see some people tweeting of like, hey, you could restructure and find a way to get JFM. Yeah, they could. And they could have done that last year too, and they decided not to do that. So is it just the Savion Jones, the Uwazurike names? It feels to me that this is the position, the segment we're doing of, do they throw money at something or trust in the young talent that's there? It's the latter on this one. I think they are going to trust in that young talent that's there, see what it looks like, because you still have a Malcolm Roach and a DJ Jones that can rotate some of that.
Right.
And then cross that bridge this time next year if they're not satisfied with what they see.
Yeah, and with Uwazurike, they've already seen enough. They want to see a little bit more. I think his role's kind of set. And with Savion Jones, I'm just saying, he's one of the players they drafted last year that got me the most excited. And he couldn't beat out John Franklin Myers, but as we know, JFM's really good. Really good. And JFM was a mentor to Savion Jones, so I really appreciate the fact that young fellow was there to take his job, and he's like, go ahead, take my job.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you all the tricks, show you all the tips. Kid wasn't able to do it. Now Savion Jones is going to have that opportunity to be part of that defensive line rotation.
I'm intrigued by that one specifically because, like you said, and you know how I feel about him, JFM's really good. Now let's see what this development looks like behind him. You can't just pick a guy that you anticipate to be a starter sooner rather than later and keep kicking that can down the road. That's not you're hurting yourself in your draft if that's what you're trying to do. So it's almost just like JFM is a casualty of a very good draft pick and a high price tag.
Yeah, and that's the thing with JFM. You wish him well because he was awesome. It's just something you're moving on from. They've made that decision, and I think the decision was made when they drafted Savion Jones, basically a year ago.
I mean, a year ago, he was asking for, hey, let's have these conversations, and they didn't entertain it at
all. And they
all.
drafted a position.
Right. That's a tough break. Good thing he's a responsible, mature NFL player.
Right.
Because you could handle that a completely different way and be a distraction to your team.
Oh, yeah.
Last position group here. And again, we've talked about these guys a bunch. You could lose both Alex Singleton and Justin Stranad. Now, as I said, I will go with trusting the young folks in the interior of the defensive line of losing John Franklin Myers. No on this one. I'm not trusting Drew Sanders. Karani Reed was the other guy. I'm like, he's definitely not ready. I watched him a lot out at training camp and some of the practices I got to go be at. So this is the one. Yeah, you got to spend some money. Draft and spend a little bit of money. And that could be bringing Justin Stranad back.
Yeah.
But you're spending some money at linebacker.
You're spending some money, and what are you doing with Dre Greenlaw? Dre Greenlaw doesn't have to be here in 2026. He doesn't have to.
Yeah.
Kind of like that or kind of don't like the fact that he took issue with the way that Sean Payton practices, which is weird, but whatever. It's like, okay, are you getting your money's worth with Dre Greenlaw? No. Can you get more out of him? Sure, if he's healthy. Is he ever going to be healthy again? I don't know.
Doesn't feel like
How
it.
do they feel like it? How do they feel about it? They might feel like his better days are done. His better days are behind him. So if you say draft one of these rookies in this great inside linebacker class, and I'm telling you, in 20-plus years of being on air, I've said great inside linebacker class never. Yeah. This might be the first time in 20-plus years of saying great ILB class. So if you say Sternad and young guy, or Sternad, Singleton, and young guy, because then Jacob Rodriguez in the second couldn't learn behind Alex Singleton. Okay, that makes some sense, but you are spending money at ILB because you can't trust what you've drafted. And I get plenty of Drew Sanders conversations, comments, questions, and I always say the same thing. If he does anything, it's just gravy. I'm not planning on Drew Sanders being a real big part of this Broncos team. If he is, great. That'd be a great story, but I can't go in banking on him of like, no, we got Drew Sanders.
Yeah. It's going to be weird because of what Dre Greenlaw was. And when you say his name, people think of what it looked like before.
Right.
If you told me, hey, LeBron, you can only pick one, and it's Justin Stranad, Alex Singleton, and Dre Greenlaw, I'm actually picking Stranad.
Stranad on the come up, yeah. And
Stranad
that's the
has
thing.
way more left in the tank than either of those
Right.
guys.
And one thing working against Alex Singleton, I see the YouTube chat saying, let Singleton walk. That's from Skunk Life.
I'm thinking with Skunk Life in more than one way.
Yeah. And I would say this, his numbers in coverage, when you have the closest defender in coverage, he's almost the last linebacker rated out of 130 linebackers with, I believe the number's 100 snaps. Might be wrong on that, but like for all linebackers that are graded on their coverage, when they're the closest defender, Alex Singleton is almost the worst in the league. You love the green dot. You love his toughness. You love everything about him.
He's a Bronco legend, and I'm not being sarcastic in any way.
But man alive, that coverage grade is among the worst. So you're looking for an upgrade there.
I can respect him for going through testicular cancer and missing a football game.
Yeah.
And I can also want an upgrade as a fan, and that's where I'm at with Alex Singleton.
Right. And the thing is, you're not playing forever. You know, it ends for all of us, most of us in high school.
Yeah.
Or grade school, wherever you stop playing football.
Why are you pointing at me?
Because somebody here didn't play high school football. Of course, I really didn't either. People like, you played high school football? I'm like, well, technically, yes. But there was only 9 guys in my high school, and little Jeffy had 1 kidney putting his business in the street, so he couldn't play football.
Yeah.
So we played 6-man football with 8 guys.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I played high school football because we had to.
They're like, we need you, man. We need the body out there. I did not. I stopped after 8th grade. I read the room when I was a punt returner and wide receiver, and the special teams coach said, hey, if they kick it to you, run over there and hand it to Nick Carlson. And I was like, okay, this probably isn't for me. And then I got knocked out in a game diving for an interception. And I was like, I've never been knocked out playing basketball. I'm just going to stick with that.
Okay. Well, you knocked out skateboarding, I'm sure.
Yeah. But that's the juice is worth the squeeze. I was kind of good at skateboarding. I was awful at football.
Okay.
All right, Broncos country, what say you? We highlighted the 3 position groups, cornerback, defensive lineman, and inside linebacker. Do you trust the young talent, or do you throw a bunch of dollars at it, especially when they're not yours? Let us know on the text line, 303-713-1043, ramoslaw.com text line. Throw your name on it, and we'll get caught up there. 11:15, I told you we were going to talk about the Avs issues. Is it just the power play, or are there other concerns? What are those concerns, and how do they fix this mess? We'll tell you coming up next.
The champ! Are you ready? Do you consider yourself a super fan? Well, now's your chance to prove it. It's Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan Super Fan Send-Off, presented by 303 Law 4040, sending you to Las Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. A pair of 2-night event tickets, airfare, and hotel all included, plus a $500 Visa card. So get in the ring and enter now at denversports.com/superfan. That's denversports.com/superfan.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
You've been sharing your wish for happiness. You've learned that life offers different pathways. But what if your pathway is filled with fire? This is Glenn Jameron, Chairman of Alpine Bank, member FDIC. Let's be frank, life isn't always happy. You can feel real pain, real fire, like the loss of a loved one. But know this, fire can change you for the better. Just like iron must go through fire to become steel. So it is with each of us. Look back over your life. You may discover that the most painful things give you new empathy, new perspective, and a new realization of how precious life is. You have countless pathways ahead. Some bring pain, others happiness. It's what you do afterwards that counts. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado, and you.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
This February, save 25% off all primetime functional trainers, home gyms, and racks. Work out on your schedule on the equipment you choose from the safety and comfort of your own home. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins.
What's going on, everybody? After that romantic Valentine's, I know there's a bunch of you guys out there who are thinking about popping that question here soon. Am I right? Well, let me save you some time and money by telling you something as simple as this. Whether you're starting your next chapter with your perfect diamond engagement ring, or celebrating a new milestone, or finally just doing something special for yourself for once, this is where it all begins. Imagine the finest jewelry legends all in one store together, making you feel just like family, and their surface is going to reflect that. So come shop the finest Zeus diamonds in Denver. They have every size, shape, and price range you can imagine, and the largest selection of engagement ring settings I've ever set eyes on. And not only are they going to share the secrets of the business with you, they're going to give you the best price in Colorado, guaranteed. So why wouldn't you want to create moments and memories for yourself and the ones you love by going to Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche, Denver's first family of fine jewelers, located in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue, and also in Inglewood and Broadway and Bellevue. And don't forget to mention my name, Philip Lindsay, when you step through one of those doors.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your card can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cars for Kids.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, get back to our Avalanche conversation. Again, if you're just joining us, hey, how you doing? Thanks for checking in. Hopefully work's going good. Or you're going to quit. Do your own thing. I don't know. You decide.
You're going to go work construction so you can start drinking at 9 a.m.
Yeah, ripping cigs and working construction. Doesn't sound all that bad. We are talking about the Avalanche. They made a trade this morning. About 30 minutes ago, they shipped Sam Girard to Pittsburgh, and they got Brett Kulak back in return. They also had to send a second-round pick in 2028 to the Penguins to get that money off the books for one Samuel Girard. And real quick, before we dive into problems, maybe there's a real solution right in front of us. So if they just created $8.7 million in cap space, I can boom, 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 type up a little spottrack.com, Puckpedia, and see what the contract of one Sidney Crosby equals. And the math is math in here. $8.7 million in available cap space, $8.7 million owed for Sidney Crosby. They can make a deal here if Sid were willing to part with Pittsburgh.
You son of a bee, I'm in. That's the thing. Like, don't mess with my heart like that. Don't mess with Nate's heart like that either. Like, you want to make Nathan McKinnon happy, or McKinnon happy, which is difficult.
Yeah. Call him McKinney. See how that goes.
Yeah, exactly. Nate would be very happy to have his best bud in Sidney Crosby here playing for the Colorado Avalanche. And you could send the first-round picks, multiple first-round picks to get him, and now you can afford him. So we talked about Nazem Kadri being potentially the second move that the Avs do to bring Kadri back. They've got the money for Sid. I'm not saying it'll happen because it's too much of a pipe dream. It's too good.
It does feel like a pipe dream.
It's too much of a dream for it to be a reality unless Crosby sees the writing on the wall in Pittsburgh. They're collecting draft picks. They're making a youth movement. They're going to revamp, rebuild, retool. Vance Joseph would say reboot. If he sees the writing on the wall and wants to win again as a multi-time Cup champion, maybe Sidney Crosby wants to play in Colorado. It's great to think about. I just don't think it's realistic.
See, I'm with you.
But the opportunity is there.
It becomes like, hey, in Sid's mind, does he become hated for leaving Pittsburgh and not writing it out? Or do they go, wow, appreciate and respect what you've done for us. You're going to come back here, throw on the black and gold, and retire a Penguin and all of those good things and kind of let him ride off into the sunset? I think some fans would be that way, but I also think some fans would go, hey, you won 3 cups here. You don't have to go chase anything. Your legacy is in, cemented in stone already. They're already working on the statue for you outside of the arena here. So it would all be about what Sidney wanted to do and how serious he think his presence would up the cup chances for the Colorado Avalanche.
Yeah, and it's already cup or bust here, so the pressure would be high, but Sidney Crosby deals with pressure. He's fine with that, and he could see himself as the missing piece. And in fact, Nathan McKinnon might be, might have suggested this, especially post-Olympics. You saw how happy he was? Well, I mean, again, it's Nate, so we have to judge his happiness level. Actually saw him crack a grin one time. So,
whoa, weird.
Yeah. So with Team Canada, having his buddy there, Sidney Crosby, playing for the Colorado Avalanche, that sounds sweet.
I'm thinking
it just sounds too sweet.
Let me do the social media admin's job for him. You trade for Sidney Crosby. You get a giant human-sized one of those animals, the stuffed animals that the Olympic Committee gave Nate and he was pissed about. You make it an Olympic-sized one. You social media, hey, come on, Nate, we got to do this video. He's going to be pissed about it. And then, boom, out pops Sidney Crosby of the little stuffed animal. Nate's happy. They hug. They kiss. It's all great.
By the way, has anybody checked on that stuffed animal that was given to Nate? like, did it survive?
He ripped its head
He
off.
probably ripped its head off in the locker room.
It's a hotel somewhere.
Yeah.
By the way, do we know why they do that?
I think it's just an Olympic tradition. Like, it's the official mascot of the Olympic Games.
Okay.
And they hand it out to everybody. Because I saw them do it. The first time I'd seen it was they did it in the women's game.
Right.
Yeah. In the gold medal game when they gave it to everybody there. I was like, oh, that's okay. That's interesting.
And what is it? Is it
I think it's like a rabbit or
wolf or
something. I don't even know what it was.
Okay.
I mean, when the Americans got the gold, every guy looked at it and just turned around and set it on the board. They're like, I got a gold medal. That doesn't really matter.
Right.
To me. But when it comes to the Avalanche, and look, they've made the move here today with adding another defenseman and getting that money off the books there. All the stuff with the power play and then, the wagon that you said that they were. And it's not like they fell completely off a cliff. They just didn't look the same the last, 4 or 5 weeks of the regular season. Is this hey, we have to make moves to get right, or can they return to form and kind of keep the same roster construction and get back to being the best team in the NHL that they were up until 5 weeks ago?
Yeah, they still needed to make moves regardless of where they were at. And it's not just the slide before the Olympics. No, they were a roster that wasn't yet as complete as it could be, even though they were a wagon to begin this season. So 1 or 2 defensemen on the books. They've already added one. Is there another one coming? Chris McFarland talking about Brett Kulak here and says, in Brett Kulak, we're acquiring a two-way defenseman who can play up and down the lineup. He logs big minutes in all situations and brings a ton of playoff experience that will help our blue line depth. And it's that experience that this team, experience and physicality and consistency of Kulak's game can kind of be upped a little bit. Again, if he's not the player that he used to be, but around a new situation with the Avs, maybe we get a boost like that. But they're not done. They still need more help, and they needed more help even than when they were wagon-like.
Are you willing to, it really comes in the conversation if you're talking about Sidney Crosby, but we both agree that just doesn't feel like it's actually going to happen.
Doesn't seem like it'll happen.
You okay with, hey, we want to get a player, and it's going to cost us a future first, another future second-round pick. How much are we all willing to sacrifice what may come in the future for what's right now?
Well, F them picks. We're there in a Stanley Cup window right now. Right now. They have been. They have been for a while. So, get this thing done, get it over the top, and the future is going to be the future. In fact, I've heard Mike Evans suggest once in a while, when this window's done, we might have some bad Avs years. Drew, I think you've even said that as well. Once this whole core thing, once we're done with this run and this Stanley Cup window, could be some lean years. So I'm in the mindset of go for it, man. Yeah. Trade those picks.
Yeah, I'm totally with you. I mean, do I care about a first-round pick in 2027 or 2028?
No.
Heck no, if it means you're going to go all in to win a Stanley Cup this year. Because you're right. Once we get, towards the back end of McKinnon's career, obviously Cale's still pretty young. He's going to get an extension this offseason. There's going to be a lot of lean times. So you might as well embrace it and go all in now. Because realistically, who cares if you got a first-round pick and you're picking 25th in the NHL draft? It doesn't matter. This isn't like the NFL. The depth is not there at the back end of the first round in the NHL like it is in the NFL. Mm-hmm. So get rid of those picks. Do whatever you got to do to put yourself in a prime position to win a Stanley Cup this season.
And it's the most difficult trophy in all of sports to win. And if you're this close, put yourself over the top.
Yeah. They're both ball arena teams. You can mortgage the future all you want right now because it's only about one thing, and that's winning championships. We're also about sending our biggest wrestling fan to the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. It's going to go down in Las Vegas, and you could be there. It's our Superfan Send-Off presented by 303 Law 4040. You can't be there if you don't participate. You get to DenverSports.com/Superfan to get signed up, and perhaps it's your name that we're calling as the big winner. If you are that big winner, you're going to get a pair of 2-night tickets to the event, round-trip airfare for you and a guest from Denver to Vegas, 2 nights hotel stay, and how about $500? You got to get you a sweet shirt, right? Maybe some drinks or some popcorn at the concession stands. Let us take care of that for you. A $500 Visa gift card. Once again, it's the Superfan Send-Off presented by 303 Law 4040. You can't win if you don't sign up, and you sign up at DenverSports.com/Superfan.
By the way, my sister Carrie texted me. Shout out Carrie.
What's
and
up,
said
Carrie?
The stuffed animal is a stoat.
A stoat?
I have never heard of a stoat before, but that's a stoat.
It's like a little chipmunk kind of thing looking?
Little chihuahua, chipmunk, gopher.
Little weasel or something?
Squirrel, something.
Weasel.
The weasel stole the bee.
Kevin has no idea what we're talking about.
It's called PCU, and it turned into a documentary. PCU was released in the 90s with Jeremy Piven. It's one of the greatest movies of all time.
Awesome, dude.
With Jeremy Piven?
With
I'm
Jeremy
in.
Piven, and it's basically a reality now.
Yeah.
But back in the 90s, we were like making fun of that's really, it never get like that, and it got like that.
You would like it. You would like it, Kev. All right, we're going to get back to some Broncos conversation. We all know Daniel Jeremiah, right? NFL
DJ.
Network. He's got the Broncos addressing two big needs with their first two picks in April's draft. Who are they? How do we feel about them? Why does DJ think they're fits? You're going to hear from him next.
Do the title hopes of the Denver Nuggets rest on one singular player?
I think it's pretty simple. They won't because Aaron Gordon isn't healthy. They will because Aaron Gordon is healthy.
I agree with you, 100%.
That's your stopper. That's your guy that is your matchup guy on the defensive end of the court. For me, it comes down to Aaron Gordon.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR, AdvancedHair.com.
At Belco Credit Union, we want to make your dream renovation a reality. Maybe that means a modern kitchen upgrade or a luxurious new bathroom. With Belco's Home Equity Choice line, you can get easy access to funds with the freedom and convenience of a home equity line of credit, plus the security and stability of a home equity loan. Plus, Belco is also offering low rates for qualified borrowers. Learn more at belco.org/choiceline. Belco is an equal opportunity housing lender. Belco, banking for everyone.
Men, we all know how important sex is in a relationship, both for you and your partner. But erectile dysfunction ruins sex, which can often have serious impacts on your relationship as well. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if ED is a problem in your life, you understand the impacts it has on you and the one you love. But I'm here to tell you that ED is a treatable condition, and almost without exception, you can have really good sex again. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're experts in treating ED. We've treated tens of thousands of men with protocols that are effective in well over 90% of cases, which means if you're like most guys, good sex will be the norm. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a level of intimacy for you and your partner that might just astound you both. It's time to have really good sex again. So call us. Just $99 gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
So, you're ready to propose, huh?
Yeah, man. She's definitely the one.
What are we thinking about the ring? I got my wife's at Hellsberg. I couldn't recommend a better jeweler.
I could use some help with that.
Man, go to Hellsberg. I had no idea how many details you need to consider. Did you know you can get a natural or lab-grown diamond? I didn't. Figure out what she wants. Trust me, they'll make it happen.
Start your story with Hellsberg. Shop in store or at Hellsberg.com.
President's Day means all 2025s need to go at Siltahar Motors. This month, get up to $10,000 off or 0% financing for 72 months on all remaining 2025 Ford F-150s. Search all available 2025 inventory and pricing at sthmotors.com and get an instant quote for top value for your trade-in. Siltahar Motors is Colorado's most trusted dealer for over 66 years. No cutting corners, no corporate games, just real deals from real people. $10,000 off your next F-150 at Siltahar Motors. Get everything you want out of a dealership.
Miss an electrical problem and it can mean big trouble for your business. That's why Napa delivers parts, tools, and expertise to catch problems before they become breakdowns. That's Napa know-how.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on ESPN Denver 1600, CSU basketball faces Fresno State with pregame starting at 6:30.
104.3 The Fan. We are Denver Sports.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, Daniel Jeremiah of the NFL Network. One of Cecil's buddies, the guy that we trust with his pre-draft work and off-season stuff that he's focusing on.
I've known Daniel for, 10 plus years, 15 years, whatever. His first foray into the media, once he was done, almost immediately done with scouting, he joined me and Sigmund on the Audible for 2 years.
That's awesome.
So for 2 years, we got Daniel Jeremiah on our show when nobody yet knew who he was. Yeah. And now he's Daniel flipping Jeremiah. So love the guy. Always loved him. Great insight. A great man. Really great man. Really good human being. Great father. Great mind for this game. So anytime he says something, it's impactful, man.
Well, he's got a couple of names for the Broncos in their first couple of draft picks, and really the first one we're going to talk about is linebacker C.J. Allen. Kevin's tracking some mocks for us, and we dive much deeper into that as we get closer and closer every day. We're going to tell you kind of what the trends have been. But C.J. Allen has been a trend. The Broncos have been lined up with him at number 30 right there. So why would he be a good fit? What is DJ like from the linebacker?
When it comes to C.J. Allen, when you're going through that process, he's just one of the best players, available, and who's going to run. I think he'll run like the 4.5s once we get a chance to see him in Indy. He's just a real physical player. This is a fast defense, a lot of fastballs, and then what that can do is sometimes it can create a little bit of space there, and he can suck it up. He can do it with speed. He can do it with physicality. He's the communicator for that defense. He can kind of be the nerve center. He's someone I talking to their coaches there and said he got there in the spring. All these freshmen now, they all show up in the spring before their freshman year, so technically should still be a high school kid. And he said this guy was making like every tackle in practice is 17, 18-year-old kid who should be a senior in high school. So he arrived on the scene ready to go at Georgia, and I think he'd be a great fit.
All right, so nice things said from Daniel Jeremiah there. Good story about being a 17-year-old kid and fitting in with men at 20, 21 years old. And I will say this. I watched the highlights, some tape of CJ. What Daniel's saying is exactly what stood out to me. He's got length, he's strong, and man, can he close a gap.
Yeah.
He's really good at filling the gap from run perspective. But when there's a check down to the outside and he's still inside of the box or what you want to call it, inside the hash mark, he can get there quick. His chase down speed, really, really good. And like I said, that length, he's diving to catch the ball carrier. His ability to make tackles, stop somebody in a gap, I was very, very impressed. He's a little lean, right? And you'll see that. He'll add some of that NFL weight,
10 pounds of weight.
muscle. But when that comes, and if he doesn't lose any speed, and this guy could be like a day one starter if he's picked at number 30 by the Broncos.
Yeah, day one starter, instant impact player, and scouts call it scrape and flow. So when the play goes away from you, pass or run, and you're a linebacker, you're tasked with getting to the ball carrier, hopefully at or behind the line of scrimmage. So you have to scrape and flow, meaning you have to go down the line of scrimmage and keep those big bodies off you and find that ball. Allen's almost a genius when it comes to scrape and flow ability. Like, he's not fooled by play fakes, either play action fakes or run fakes. He's not fooled by quarterback's eyes in coverage, but as far as finding the ball when the play goes away from him, he's got no issues doing that. So the term I've used for C.J. Allen is this: heat-seeking missile. Sounds kind of nice, right? So blowing up the run, heat-seeking missile.
Yeah.
But also, as you mentioned, that closing speed, heat-seeking missile. So try a screen pass opposite of his side of the field. Try it. I dare you. Because I bet Allen's going to chase you down either at the line of scrimmage or behind the line of scrimmage.
Literally, you go watch his film or his highlight packages that you can find on YouTube. And by the way, a Georgia linebacker, those guys have been pretty good at the NFL level. It jumps off the screen how fast he is at closing towards the football.
Yeah.
Jumps off the screen as, wow, that guy's the fastest dude on the field, and he's a defender playing at the second level.
Yeah, and he's just waiting. He's almost like a runner being patient for that hold to open up.
Oh, I like that.
So he's waiting for that angle to get there, and he understands that football's not a game of inches, it's a game of angles. He understands the geometry that it takes to play and excel at this game.
No wonder I wasn't any good. That was always holding me back.
Okay.
The other question that I have with this specific player and the pick at number 30 in mind, and Kevin has, like I said, he's keeping track of it for us. 4 of the mocks that we've been looking at have them taking C.J. Allen. 6 of them have him just taking a linebacker. Now, it is definitely a position of need. I think he's a really, really good player. Now let's talk about, are we wanting the Denver Broncos to go defense in consecutive years with their first pick, knowing that the offense needs a little love?
Yeah, knowing that the offense needs all the help they can get. Now, this inside linebacker class means you're taking one, and you're taking one with a premium pick. I always say that's the first 3 rounds. So within the first 3 rounds, you're going to take a linebacker. That's just going to happen. If it's the first, so be it. If it's C.J. Allen, awesome. If it's Jacob Rodriguez in the second, that's awesome as well.
What's
just
the drop-off, you think, in your opinion?
Allen, to me, is a little bit faster to the ball.
Okay.
Rodriguez is just as smart as Allen is. Allen has a little bit more length in coverage. That's your concern with Jacob Rodriguez, is like, because he's a shorter linebacker, and you're worried about wingspan and length and just being able to get there. But he's a smart player. He's always in a good position. But Allen's just longer and faster.
Okay.
So that's why he's a first-round graded player. Rodriguez would be a second-round graded player in my eyes. So if you tell me in those first 3 picks, one of them's going to be a linebacker, okay. Is that 1 or 3? I don't care. The other 2 had better be offense.
Okay.
So if you tell me, because I've seen some mocks, I think it was Pro Football Focus had Kenyon Sadiq, and then they had a linebacker, and then they had a defensive tackle. That's not it, baby. That's not the sauce. I need the Broncos to have, of those 3 picks, 2 of them got to be skill positions. You need a running back. You need a tight end. If you throw in a wide receiver like Denzel Boston, I'm okay with that too.
Yeah, that's, I think, that rub some fans the wrong way, and especially with, you said it, like the very minimum plays for Jahdae Barron in the postseason. You go, wait, are we going to do that again? Now, I think C.J. Allen is a different type of player because, like I said, that's a day 1 starter. He's your dude. You might be having him with the green dot as a rookie immediately out there because you never know when Dre Greenlaw's body's going to break.
Yeah, or you move on from Dre Greenlaw, you draft C.J. Allen, you sign Justin Sternad. Sternad's your green dot guy. New kid's over there puking his guts out. Like, hey, new kid, go learn. You're going to learn from one of the best. Justin Sternad, and the way that he's developed has been fantastic if you can keep him. But you got to keep him as a starter.
Is that an upgrade at the linebacker room? Sternad and Allen, Singleton and Dre out. It feels like it's an upgrade.
That's an upgrade.
Because of bodies. Yeah, Alex is getting older, and Dre is, you can't trust him.
Yeah, I can't trust Dre Greenlaw like I can't trust J.K. Dobbins.
Yeah, that's right.
And I want an upgrade from J.K. Dobbins. I want an upgrade from Dre Greenlaw. Is that C.J. Allen? It possibly could be.
Kev, you like our guy C.J. Allen? You interested? Is this a sexy enough player for you?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I was watching the highlights. He looks good. He's got speed. He can hit you hard, and he's gonna find his way through those holes. So in those gaps. So I like it. I think it's an upgrade of what we got now. I'm all for getting SEC linebacker in here.
Yeah. SEC linebacker, Georgia. They're doing something right.
Yeah, just get one of these big linebackers in here. Let's go.
All right, we like it. Tribe, what say you? We are in on a C.J. Allen at number 30. Linebacker from Georgia. Go watch his tape. You will be pleasantly surprised. Tell us on the text line, powered by Ramos Law, 303-713-1043. Put your name on it so we can give you a little love on the show. Same deal over on our YouTube page. While you're there, click subscribe. Help us out that way. Get in that Dover and Cecil stream, and you are in. We got to check our X. What's happening on our Twitter timeline? Well, an interesting idea for a draft pick for a team that we think might already have a quarterback. And then I saw something on Twitter yesterday that I need some help. Who is this fight going to be for? Coming up later on this summer. We'll give you the details when we check our X next.
During his best season as a pro, does Jamal Murray need to give his teammates a reality check?
Couldn't Jamal Murray sit down in that locker room and call guys out by name? Those sort of conversations have to be had, and I don't think there's anybody better to do it than Jamal Murray because he was the problem and is now the solution.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
You live in the beautiful state of Colorado, and we love it here. Oh, you want to have great windows, right? WindowNation.com. That's where you go. All windows, custom made. They maximize glass space for beautiful views. I live in beautiful Roxborough. I want to see the Hogback. I want to see Arrowhead. I want to see the mountains. Guess what I get? Maximize glass space from WindowNation.com. They work step by step with you along the way, working with the latest technology. They also can give you a price that day when you schedule your quote. You could also get a pair of Icon Pass 2-day sessions, so make sure to check that out. WindowNation.com. They got a buy 4, get 4 free sale, making it easier than ever to replace every window in your home with beautiful, energy-efficient, custom-built windows. And you can get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. It's WindowNation.com. Proud supporter of the Wounded Warrior Project, and as a military family, I certainly appreciate that. So check them out online. The sale ends soon, so stop wasting heat, stop dealing with drafty windows, and stop not having maximized glass space for these beautiful views. Schedule your free estimate today. It's WindowNation.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040 and Jacobs Law with another cool story to share. James called 303 Law 4040, and he's like a lot of our clients, not looking to get rich, but he just didn't want to get stuck with a bunch of medical bills. So we met with James like we do all of our 303 Law 4040 clients in person, and it's a good thing we did because we noticed James did not look so good. We sent him to the hospital to get checked out, and they did wind up admitting him. In the end, we got him feeling better and $125,000. He was over the moon. He came into the office to pick up his check and rang that victory bell. And the really cool part is James surprised us with a check of his own, a donation so we could keep the best free meal in Denver coming each and every first and third Thursday. If you've been injured, you may be like James, not looking to get rich, but not sure what to do. That's why we're here to help. Just give us a call at 303 Law 4040. Go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Cudarelli Vision. Here's my story. I wore glasses growing up for a long time, and then when I hit my 30s playing for the Broncos, I ended up having LASIK surgery, but when I hit my mid-50s, I needed those readers for everything I did, whether it was going to restaurants trying to read menus, whether it was reading statistics, studying film, I needed those reading glasses. Well, I decided to go see Dr. Cudarelli at Cudarelli Vision for refractive lens exchange, and I can tell you firsthand, total game changer, and you can join Dr. Cudarelli for his live webinar tomorrow at noon. Learn more about refractive lens exchange from Cudarelli Vision. This free webinar is the perfect opportunity to meet Dr. Cudarelli and have him answer all your questions like, is RLE for me? Am I a good candidate? What's the recovery time? What's the cost? Is there financing? Cudarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures, and he can tell you when it's time for you. Make sure you join that live webinar tomorrow at noon. Register at ColoradoRLE.com. That's ColoradoRLE.com.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex. Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
All right, I got a couple tweets, and then I want to know what's happening on Cecil's timeline. We also, I'm calling an audible here. I'm going to ask for some tribe help. We've lost the Waka Waka Waka.
Oh, I'm looking for it. I looked Kay Adams, Super Bowl 59.
Okay.
She has about 4 broadcasts from Media Row. I am going to scour the entirety of those 4 broadcasts. We need our Jameis Winston
we
Waka
need
Waka
it back.
back.
So if you guys have it or know where it's at, send it our way at Cecil Lammy, at Joshua Dover, at Kistner Radio. We've been looking. We can't find it, and we really, really want it back. So up first here for me, Cease, I'm staring at a tweet. Mary Kay Cabot, is it Cabot, right, from the Cleveland, says that the Browns have interest in a couple of quarterbacks. Quarterback Ty Simpson, I've seen him go in the first round on a couple of mocks. In fact, I think Mel's this morning had him going to Pittsburgh at number 21. And then Malik Willis. He's so hot right now because, well, there's not any other free agent quarterback that you can go out there and get. Mary says that they're interested in both of these players, which means they're still not satisfied with Shedeur Sanders. It's not his job still.
It's Cleveland. For the love of God. The worst thing possible is for Shedeur Sanders to play for the Cleveland Browns. So if he actually wants to play and be with the franchise that knows what they're doing, still should have went to Baltimore.
Yeah, he had that chance.
The fact that he said no to Baltimore, it's just preposterous. So yeah, Cleveland's going to do Cleveland things, and until that changes, sorry, Shedeur.
Those are the breaks. So yeah, they're in the market for a quarterback. We'll see what that means for Mr. Sanders.
Wobble with me, wobble with me, wobble with me.
All right, I saw this on Netflix, and I tweeted it yesterday. I'm like, who is this for? Who would watch this? Floyd Mayweather versus Manny Pacquiao.
Oh, I saw you tweeting about this.
Is going to go down on Saturday, September 19th, live, globally, and only on Netflix. They use the hashtag #MayPac2. Now, I don't know if you watched the first fight. I did. It was boring as hell. I know they're saying, what, Manny had a shoulder injury or something going on. All right, well, you still stepped into the ring, so you don't get to use that as an excuse. Now these gentlemen are 49 and 47 years old. Again, who is this for? And I get that it's on Netflix, and, you know, especially our generation, we're kicking it at home, scrolling our phones with Netflix on in the background just for some noise. So, yeah, it'll probably do numbers. But, dude, I got to find my mentions because somebody tweeted back to me when I said, who is this for? Somebody wrote, here it is. Kyle Watson.
Kyle.
He said, I'd actually be more interested in just 2 random 50-year-olds fighting. Which I'm with you on that one, Kyle. I think this is absolutely stupid. Yes, I do have Netflix. Shout out Dana for the password. I'm not going to watch this. Who wants to watch this?
Somebody.
Who is this for? I guess it's for their bank accounts.
Yeah, it's for their bank accounts. Why are they promoting that? Why isn't boxing what it used to be? Like, and I know they're not heavyweights, but it's like we need a great American heavyweight again. Mm-hmm. That's how boxing comes back into the sports lexicon, if you will.
And also, if 2 old guys are going to fight, where's Jake Paul? Isn't this his bag? Like, he beats up old guys.
Right.
Why aren't he going to beat these guys up?
He's collecting Pokemon.
I guess that's what he's doing right now. So, yeah, September 19th, if you're bored as hell, you can watch 2 50-year-olds fight each other.
Wobble with me, wobble with me, wobble with me.
All right, Cease, what's cracking on your timeline?
Of the things that I can talk about, let's see. Batman Serious. Batman Sabrina checks in on Twitter. If you're ever sad, just remember the world is however many billions of years old, and you somehow manage to exist at the same time as Batman.
That's for Kevin, right?
Yeah. So I saw that. I thought of Kev. I was like, there's no need to be down. We exist in a world where there's Batman, and Kev, there's even Absolute Batman, which keeps getting better and better and better.
What is Absolute Batman?
Absolute Batman is a different story, like a different universe of Batman. It's just in the comics, and Bruce Wayne is young and he's poor.
Oh.
But he's like a young Bruce Wayne. He's like super smart, so he's putting together all these gadgets. His bat signal is, and he's also huge. He's like,
really,
big jock meathead guy, but he's very smart. And the bat signal on his chest is an axe.
Ooh, that's cool.
He can take it off, and it's a blade.
Wow.
So yeah, Absolute
Sick.
Batman is awesome, and the Joker's like this creature. The Joker actually isn't human.
Oh, I like that.
So it's like, yeah, it's a different take on Batman, and I celebrate all things Batman, but especially absolute Batman now.
You see, it's a different universe when you say smart meathead. That's like Black Mirror stuff. That doesn't happen around
It's
here.
not going to happen. Give me that, Jameis.
Wobble with me, wobble with me, wobble with me.
All right, this one coming in from American Real. If I'm at the point where if a mysterious portal opened up near me, I wouldn't even hesitate to enter it. So I was watching some Kev, my theme music, please. You remember the Miami thing, the mall and the aliens or whatever, the Miami Mall?
Oh,
so
yeah.
there's some, and I don't know if it's true or not, but it's the internet. So there was like some CCTV camera stuff that was showing stuff from inside the mall when everyone was like freaking out and running away. And people say, oh, there's an alien there or whatever. But there's actually these, I don't know if it's plasma or what it is. Look into 0 Point Energy, everybody. Project Bluebeam, Kev, that's next. You'll watch these portals open up in the mall. Again, could be just AI, could be fake. But I was like, people are running away from the portals. This guy on Twitter, American Real, he's like, if I saw that portal, I'd just open it up. I'd just run in.
See, I'm going to get married now, so I got to think about somebody other than myself. But I kind of like that of like, I don't have any kids. Like, I got a
Just
great
jump
lady,
in,
but
it's
it's
a
like, I can
portal.
just go check it out.
Yeah, see what's on the other side.
Like when I got deep into Upside Down World, what was the show?
Stranger
Things.
Yeah.
I was like, I would definitely
Montauk
go
Project.
into that thing.
Yeah,
I would
the Montauk
definitely
Project.
go check that out.
Yeah.
Because I'm curious.
Yeah.
Did you see, I actually just heard this morning. I was listening to a podcast getting ready. In this cave in Kazakhstan.
Okay.
That a drone just found. And it's never been discovered before. They haven't even checked this part of the world out.
So it's not where they saw the giant or supposedly killed the giant.
No. There's
in Kazakhstan.
There's a doorway there.
Oh, okay.
And when
Is it giant?
When the drone flew by the doorway, it looked like there was a man standing in it.
Okay.
And then the second time flying by, there was no man standing in said doorway.
Okay.
And they're wondering what's on the other side of that door?
What's in that door?
There's only one way to find out.
What's in that cave? Let's
send
go.
somebody.
Right. So did you do any sort of exploring, like urban exploring? I remember when Ridge House was open up in Arvada, or not open, when Ridge House was closed before it's that Target.
We went there regularly.
The haunted Target now, by the way. It was a big thing of hey, let's go, I don't know, quote unquote, break into Ridge House.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't have to break into it, you just jumped the fence, but.
Which is technically breaking in.
Yeah,
but.
that's a little urban exploring, right? Maybe a little urban exploring.
I did the Ridge House all the time. It was less scary, but Top of the World, that's where you went to hang out up in Thornton, Top of the World, because there was nobody there. I can't believe I would do this now, but sewage drains. Dude, you think you could crawl through the whole thing? They're like, yeah, I definitely can. Watch me do it.
You're doing straight up Shawshank stuff? Just crawling out of there? Okay.
So we did a lot of that stupid stuff.
Yeah, we do a lot of stupid stuff like that. One more super quick.
Wobble with me, wobble with me, wobble with me.
This one's from Gina Hogan. She says, if you work from home, you might go multiple days without speaking to another human being. But there are downsides too.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I was like, wait a minute. This doesn't sound half bad.
Now, as someone who works all the time, and yes, I work from home, but it's when you work from home, you're always at work. You never really escape it.
Mm-hmm.
And Chad Ryder from NFL Network told me that because when he lived in Denver, he's like, I just work from home, but you're always at work. You can never really escape it. So you have to work at Starbucks or work somewhere else, find a different workspace or have a certain room just for your work so you can actually enjoy your home life. But yeah, you don't see anybody else except for Zoom meetings now, which are a bane of my existence.
Well, and that's a work thing. You know what I mean? It's not you're an interaction that you enjoy. I mean, you don't hate it, but it's like you're talking to your bros or your lady friends. I was big on get me out of my house. I got to get out of this house. I need to go to work. I need to go do something. Yeah, and my lady works from home. She does meetings and stuff and runs stuff throughout the day, but that's the thing. When she gets home, I'm always talked out. I need a little time out here. I don't want to talk for an hour or so. And then she's like, well, let me tell you about Craig and what happened at work. And I'm like, oh, God. It's just because she hasn't had any interactions all day. I do nothing but interact.
But then you can do the ultimate trick. And she's not listening right now, right?
No, she's in the office.
Oh, okay.
She had to go to the office today.
She had to go to the office. Okay, so here's what you do. About every 3 minutes when she's rambling about work, you'd be like, I can't believe that, man. No. You just say the same thing every day.
Yeah.
And just he did that again?
Yeah.
Oh, man, that guy's a terrible. Why don't they fire him? Just these little interjections along the way that make it seem like you're interested.
Well, you know what I do. And she's aware of it because I've told her.
Okay.
Remember when Cartman was teaching Jimmy how to go on a date? And then he always gives it the, wow, that's very interesting. Please tell me more.
Please tell me more.
And I'll tell that to her, and then she'll go, you son of a, you're not listening. And I'm like, at least you picked up on the cue there. The story doesn't matter to me.
Okay. Yeah.
That's like every story I get told from the missus, and I know she probably feels the same way about my stories. I'm like, Cliff Notes version. Cliff Notes.
Shorter.
Notes.
Right.
I don't care about what Craig ate for lunch and then told you about it. Give me the big story here, or don't give me anything. And I fast forward her. She's at lunch right now being like, this guy gets home from work and tells me about Nikola Jokic every day. I can't stand this crap.
He said Nathan McKinnon got a stuffed animal. She was mad about it.
All right, good stuff. Love checking X. That's one of our favorite segments. Having fun every day around 11:45. Let's get back into our lunch hour. Want to talk about what we're going to learn in about 3 hours from now when George Payton and Sean Payton meet the media at the NFL Combine. We'll talk about that. I also want to talk about Sean Payton and an interesting meeting. Could there be another addition coming to Sean Payton's coaching staff this week? We'll tell you who and how real it is coming up next.
Will the Avalanche stars experience an Olympic hangover after an emotional gold medal game?
Just to think you go 2 weeks like that and you battle the way they battled and you lost the way that they lost a game that you were better. How do you just get over it that quick? I don't know, man. I am concerned about a hangover here from some of these guys, especially the Canadians.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
President's Day means all 2025s need to go at Ziltahar Motors. This month, get up to $10,000 off or 0% financing for 72 months on all remaining 2025 Ford F-150s. Search all available 2025 inventory and pricing at sthmotors.com and get an instant quote for top value for your trade-in. Ziltahar Motors is Colorado's most trusted dealer for over 66 years. No cutting corners, no corporate games, just real deals from real people. $10,000 off your next F-150 at Ziltahar Motors. Get everything you want out of a dealership.
One iced coffee?
$1, please.
For real? No way. One iced coffee?
$1, please.
For real? No way. What a deal.
Your new morning groove. Iced coffee from McDonald's, any size for just $1 until 11 a.m. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Low testosterone can be a real problem for many men. It causes poor sleep patterns, decreased energy, low sex drive, and it makes it really hard to stay in shape. And as we all know, a healthy body is very important to our overall health and well-being. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if some or all of these symptoms sound like you, we can likely help you be done with low T. We can also help you lose weight, support your metabolism, improve your gains in the gym, and more with our new targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more. Our low T protocols, applied in conjunction with our body composition plans, will help most men see real improvements, true weight loss, higher energy, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and a renewed sex drive as well. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the same day, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Hey, Brandon Stokely here from my team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Does the air in your home feel like the desert? You don't have to suffer any longer. Get a brand new humidifier for the lowest price of the season. Everyone should breathe easy and healthy in their home. What are you waiting for? Call Rocks Heating and Air for a free, no obligation estimate. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair, ROX, Rocks Heating and Air.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
This February, save 25% off all primetime functional trainers, home gyms, and racks. Work out on your schedule on the equipment you choose from the safety and comfort of your own home. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins.
Still haven't filed your taxes? You're not alone, but the longer you wait, the harder the IRS can hit back. Penalties, interest, letters, none of it goes away on its own. At Advanced Tax Solutions, resolving IRS problems is all they do. Whether you're a year behind or 10, their licensed tax professionals can step in fast, stop the stress, and help you get back on track. Don't let another day slip by. A quick call could mean a quick resolution. Contact my friends at Advanced Tax Solutions today and take control of your tax situation before the IRS does.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach your friendly live agent. Donation's super easy and your car can be picked up by tomorrow. Call now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on ESPN Denver 1600, CSU basketball faces Fresno State with pregame starting at 6:30.
104.3 The Fan. We are Denver Sports.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents.
Meet the media. They will have their conversations about what their offseason has been like so far. Sean will be asked about play calling. He'll be asked about Bose injuries and the comments that he made about said injuries. And when it comes to that play calling conversation, we all know it's going to come. Luke Evans is out there, and he sat down and did sit down. I guess you're just at the podium. And asked Bills general manager Brandon Beane about the interview he had with offensive coordinator Davis Webb.
Right.
And he said, I gave him some advice, quote, to keep building. And Brandon Beane also added this, a direct quote, seeing it from Luka Evans. He's going to get an opportunity, I believe, to call plays now, which will only help his resume, end quote. So is that Brandon Beane spilling the beans a little bit too early? Is it something that, hey, he and Davis are just having the conversation of Davis just being open and honest in an interview of going, hey, yeah, like the opportunity, love this. I still am hopeful to get a chance to call plays out in Denver and continue to build what we've already been building. But either way, we're getting at least a little insight before Sean has to answer the question. And we already kind of know Sean's going to dance around it and not give you the real answer because that's what Sean does. But here's a little insight from a dude that just sat down with Davis Webb, what are we talking about, 2-3 weeks ago, and has that to say.
Yeah, and has that to say, and those beans to spill from Brandon Beane. So, it's interesting, and it's expected, right? We expect Sean Payton to either answer the question, Claire, straight up, or kind of dance around it. But we all also expect Davis Webb to be calling plays. That's what it's going to be. And I think it's a great thing for Davis Webb as a young coach to learn how to call plays from Sean Payton. And it's great for Sean Payton to get play calling off his plate so that plays can come in faster, that can be more on the same page with Bo, maybe no more of those shouty matches on the sidelines or whatever, although Sean likes those. And we like the fact that Bo has a backbone, unlike Russell Wilson against Sean Payton. So I think it's just a matter of time here in 3 hours when Sean talks and holds court, and they'll have a 15-minute set time. Mm-hmm. Sean's probably going to go over that time. Sean, because it used to be Patrick would always be like, 2 more questions. Uh-huh. He told Patrick, no. He's the one that says when the questions are done. Yeah. So if Sean Payton can go a half an hour, he will.
I wonder with the play calling thing specifically and Sean, who he is as a coach. I mean, I'd imagine, and look, I can actually understand it from his perspective when it comes to this. That's who he is, man. His identity is not just a football coach. His identity is a head football coach with an offensive mind that controls everything on that side of the ball. Mm-hmm. And he's done that for what, 2 decades?
Yeah.
Now you're going to go, hey, I'm going to give that up for the betterment of my team. Now, that's the right move in both of our opinions, and I think a lot of tribe members in Broncos country feel the same way that you and I feel. But if you put yourself in his Jordans, you go, ooh, okay, I can understand that that's a tough pill to swallow. In a way, you're swallowing your pride a little bit. You're kind of admitting here it's probably best for us the Broncos, for me not to be the play caller, and a dude with an ego that size, that's a very, very harsh realization.
Yeah, but it's also one of those things that's very refreshing because the New Orleans connections are going by the wayside. You know, no more Pete Carmichael, no more Joe Lombardi, and I think that's a good thing. It's Sean Payton seeing like he's kind of outgrown that. He didn't need the New Orleans foundation that he had with guys like Carmichael and Lombardi. I think it's also a really good thing and a positive sign for the Broncos that Sean Payton, self-scouting is the best scouting, right? And I could definitely go on and on about how we are basically a collection of the 5 people we spend the most time with in life.
Yeah.
And Sean Payton has decided, like, hey, I want to spend more time with Davis Webb on the sideline calling these plays. And Davis Webb, again, it's great for him because he gets to learn from Sean Payton. But at this time, for Payton to be able to realize that about himself, that's that can be a tough admission. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I like him being honest with himself rather than they're like, I'm going to call plays until they take the playbook away from me. Like, no, none of that. Like, it's nothing putting himself above the team.
Swallowing your pride.
And I appreciate that.
Swallowing your pride is one of the hardest things in the world to do. Not just for a guy with an ego. We all have an ego. You know, what size is it? But that's one of the more difficult things to do because you are hitting yourself in the face of reality of going like, oh, I'm not that good, or I'm not better than.
I need help.
I need help. That's the big one. I need help.
Well, I think that just that statement for all of us in life it's a big thing to say. And you mentioned the size of the ego. There's Godzilla and there's Sean Payton's ego. They're probably about the same size.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So, yeah, we'll learn a lot today about what that's going to look like. We're also going to learn about what the interest is in Mike Zimmer, a 69-year-old coach that has a lot of time in the NFL. Been in the NFL since 1994. He's a defensive-minded coach, although was an offensive coach in Minnesota when he overlapped some of that time with George Payton. This one's a little interesting to me. It's, do they need a guy like Mike Zimmer? Well, the defense was the best and most consistent part of the team. So is it a need or a luxury that we're looking at? When I saw it for the first time yesterday, it was kind of like why? What's the point here?
Right.
And then kind of thinking about it, talking with you a little bit more about it, it's like, okay, you're not going to ask him to come and change what Vance is doing or put the Zimmer twist on VJ's offense. You're just asking for a second set of eyeballs that's done it for a very long time to put an input on what they're already doing.
Now I'm thinking of what move is a Zimmer twist. Anyway, like I like it because, again, it's about resources. Twist it. It's an MMA fight, dude. You got the Zimmer twist, the old Zimmer twist. Now I'm totally off track. I look at this as just another resource for Sean Payton. I look at it as someone who has, a sterling reputation. Mike Zimmer is beloved almost everywhere that he's been, Dallas, Minnesota, other places. Like, he's a coach that has everybody's respect, and I think that goes a long way in a room, especially a new room that you step into, and like you're the new guy, but you're the veteran guy, and you've got an opinion about everything because you've seen it all, right? And there's nothing that you're going to show Mike Zimmer. He's like, wow, I haven't seen that.
Right.
He knows it all. He's a defensive resource. He's a coaching resource, just kind of connecting with players, like players that I know that have worked under and played under Mike Zimmer, absolutely love him. Like, the love is strong. So if Zimmer is a part of this Broncos staff, I encourage that because it's all about putting, again, you're a collection of the 5 people that you're around the most. Sean Payton, it's bigger than 5 over there at Broncos Park powered by Common Spirit. But, like, who are you putting around you? I think that's a great question in football and in life. Who are you putting around you to succeed? If you're telling me Mike Zimmer's around you, you're going to have success.
Yeah, and that's like I said, I'm looking at it from a different perspective than I did yesterday, seeing of like, the guy's not going to come in here and switch everything. It's just, like I said, that extra set of eyes. Maybe that's hey, we've fallen off the map in December every year. What would you do? And have that conversation.
Yeah.
And maybe it's just something that's in the equation for Vance to think about as we inch closer and closer to December and not have a third straight year of production drop-off in the most important month of the regular season.
Yeah, it's also, it's a check. You know what I mean? Like a check with me almost, because Zimmer
yeah.
can have some ideas with Vance, and VJ can check with me. Like, hey, what'd you think of this? Well, I was thinking about doing this. How about you try that? And then Zimmer, again, never going to fool him. He's seen everything. He can have those opinions. Also, it's a check within the building. Sean go, hey, Mike, VJ said he was changed that thing. You're on board with that? And he's like, yeah, we talked about it. We're doing. So it's like just another kind of, approval, if you will, like a nod of approval, a knowing nod of approval that you're going to get from Mike Zimmer, again, if he's part of this staff.
All right, so we'll learn about it. Sean will be asked about it today, and if it's serious, as it was reported yesterday, that both sides have interest in one another, I mean, what are we talking about here? By the end of the week, or will they let the combine play out and then make a move?
They could do it during the combine. A lot of business gets done in Indianapolis, and not just the drinking, but a lot of business, behind the scenes, player movement. We're going to hear about not only, franchise tag players, Darren Muji saying the plan is that they're going to franchise tag Breece Hall. So we're getting information like that, but you're also going to get information of like potential trades, players that could be cut, players that teams are going to want to move on from. So a lot happening in Indy and some more ridiculous questions coming for Sean Payton. However, if we were there, one, we'd get into a fight. But two,
it'd be so awesome.
It would be awesome. But two, we could ask Sean Payton about Jordans because it's the time for ridiculous questions, right?
Right.
It's almost like Super Bowl media night, that first night on Monday or whatever.
Night.
Yeah, and opening nights, crazy costumes and crazy questions. Be like, Sean, size 12, Jordans. What's your favorite pair? Can I have some?
Yeah.
Like, it would be all that.
I think I'd phrase it like this. It's a coach, Josh over here, 104.3 The Fan, The Tribe. You've heard of us.
You listen every day.
Yeah, appreciate you. Now, Pat got into the Jordan Club. Pat Surtain. I just call him Pat. How did he get in, and what does a couple of knuckleheads on the radio have to do to get in? And then just see what he says.
Yeah, no, you need honey, baby. Honey, not enough honey.
You're
right. Sean, you're the best. You can totally help us out. Your tribe helps tribe, right, Sean? I know you're part of the tribe because you listen every day, but you're the best. You're like the king of the tribe. You're the best member of the tribe, Sean. We love you.
Yeah.
You're the that might be laying around a little thick, which I'm known to do from time to time.
Sure. I think that we do have a chance. This would have been our one chance to pick his brain on Jordan.
We had a window. Now he's just going to get asked about if birds are real.
Yeah, which is very stupid.
Important stuff.
Because everyone knows they're not real. Come on. It's the worst kept secret of all time.
Yeah, so Sean's going to get asked about the Bo thing for sure. That's going to be, maybe an uncomfortable conversation. I imagine, one, he's been coached on how to answer it now.
Exactly
and then
right.
Two, he'll poo-poo it as much as possible. Nah, that's not big. Me and Bo, we love each other. You know how it is. I said something and whatever. He might not even say that. He might not even have an admission of guilt, quote unquote, if there is any sort of guilt. He misspoke. He misspoke about his quarterback. His quarterback corrected him, which, again, I love.
Yeah.
I love that Sean can't say anything willy-nilly without Bo being like, no.
And that's what he said. That day was not a big deal. If anything, it was like, hell yeah, Bo.
Yeah.
You're taking more control of the reins right now.
Thank you, Bo Nix. This is Bo Nix's team. And teams take on the personality of their head coach or their quarterback. This team's got a lot of personality.
You know how he could crush it today? When he gets asked the question, hey, in the
You
season,
and
Bo had this to say and said you didn't really know about anything. He could hit a home run. That's a softball being thrown up his way. And he could look at the media and go, you know what? I don't know anything about Bo's past injury. I was advised not to talk about it. Next question. It would be fun. He's like taking the advice from Bo.
Yeah.
He's kind of telling like, yeah, Bo told me to shut up. I'm going to shut up. I think it would be a fun way to do it.
I think he should answer it that way. Like, hey, Bo told me to shut up about his injury, so I don't know why would you ask me. Next.
Yeah, stop asking me about it.
Next question, vision relative to, all the Sean Paytonisms.
We're going to be breaking it down tomorrow. The Drive will be able to get you some of that as it's happening in their show and their timeline of about between 3 and 3:30.
And we have 2 editions of Orange and Blue today for the next 3 days.
Nice.
So I'm going to do one in studio at our normal time at 5 p.m. Mountain. We're going to have another Orange and Blue today, whenever Mesa's ready, as he's in Indy. So you're going to get all the Broncos breakdown right here on a Denver Sports YouTube channel. And, of course, The Drive will break it down almost in real time.
That's awesome.
Right here on the radio.
So a little like Mace and Cease after dark.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. A little action like that.
We usually do that from the combine. Usually I'm there. I was bitter for a while, but I'm over that now.
Yeah, you can tell.
Exactly. But it's like, it's tradition.
Yeah.
Tradition. So, got to do it.
I'm going to ask you this, and you don't have to answer it, but how's Mace on road trips? Is he He enjoys?
He gets loose. Oh, yeah. He gets loose.
That's what I like to hear.
Yes,
Andrew
yes. I'm not
Mason.
saying construction workers start drinking at 9 a.m., but he get a little loose.
But he'll have some fun from time to
Sure,
time.
yeah. Mace's a kick in the butt.
All right, can't wait to see that little orange and blue action double dipping throughout this week. We're also looking for the biggest wrestling fan in the tribe. We're trying to send somebody to Vegas. You want to go check out the biggest pro wrestling event in the world? That's what the Superfan Send-Off is all about. And a big shout out to 303 Law 4040 for putting this together for us. If you win, you're going to get a pair of 2-night tickets to the event, round-trip airfare for you and your guests from Denver to Vegas, 2 nights hotel stay, and $500 preloaded on a Visa gift card for concessions, drinks, merch, whatever it is you want to buy. It can all be yours if you win the Superfan Send-Off. Get to denversports.com/superfan for more information and to get entered. That is denversports.com/superfan. All right, so we didn't get to Mel Kiper's mock draft because, well, the Avalanche made a big trade. We're going to talk about that as well. Sammy Girard is out, and Brett Kulak is coming back in. They also had to send a second-round draft pick in 2028 to get that money off of Sammy's off of their contract.
Can you believe they did that? Can you believe they actually got Sammy G's number off the books?
I can't believe they. Well, I'm surprised they found a partner.
Yeah,
is what it is.
Yeah, they've been trying for a while, so I think it's a little bit of column A, column B. Like, what's the impetus here? Clear up some money. Now, what's that for? We'll talk about it. But also, like, they just needed more size, more physicality than what Sammy G was going to bring in the postseason, as it's cup or bust for them.
I think, look, Samuel Girard has always been undersized. He had that, that sweet little spin move that he has, and he can create some separation.
Cartwheeling
as a drunk guy cartwheeling on the parade stage. That's always going to be a fun memory, but he's a liability when things start to slow down a little bit in the postseason, and because of his size. So is Brett Kulak going to come in here and save the third defensive pairing? No, I'm not going to tell you that, but is Sammy's money being off the books putting them in a position to really manipulate the roster to be in contention and get back to that wagon that you called them for 3 months? Yeah, I think that's what this move allows them to be more flexible for the next move that really gets us excited.
Yeah, and the next move could be Nazem Kadri. And the nice thing I love about this is it's Chris McFarland knowing that they're not good enough as they can be. How can they be the best possible team entering the playoffs? Well, you make this move, you get rid of Sammy G, you get the numbers. Maybe it's Nazem Kadri. We'll see about that. But that's also McFarland recognizing. We just talked about Sean Payton, like realizing self-scouting. It's Chris McFarland knowing his ass is on the line.
Yeah.
Him and Jared Bednar.
That's right.
I wish Coach Hagstall would know that. Like, you're just not going to have a job forever, especially when your power play is terrible, like historically bad. So I love seeing this from Chris McFarland. He's not done yet. The next move may be pretty big. I'm not saying Sidney Crosby big, but could be Nazem Kadri big, which is excellent for this Avs team. But it's an acknowledgement of we're not what we need to be.
Yeah.
It's an acknowledgement of we need to be better. And as wagony as they are, it's great to have that acknowledgement of like, you know what, we can improve. You know what, we could move this around. You know what, it's being creative. It's being thoughtful.
Yep.
It's being insightful. And again, it's self-scouting. Chris McFarland's done that. Also knowing at the same time, he's not going to publicly say it, but he's got to know it. Everybody's job is on the line. If they fail in the postseason, I'm saying another second-round exit, they fail in the postseason, they're moving on from Jared Bednar, they're moving on from Chris McFarland. Chris is showing the capability of, like, understanding that. And I love Coach Bednar. Love Bedsy, right? Love you guys. Like, love him. We love you, Coach. And he's not in charge of the power play, but he's kind of in charge of the power play.
He's in charge of the guy that's in charge of the power play.
I want to see more emphasis on the ice when they get back out there on Wednesday and Thursday and this next group of games Saturday coming up. Like, the big games. We've seen big games. These are the big games. Like, I want to see an emphasis from Jared Bednar so I can feel the same security that I do about Chris McFarland. McFarland knows, hey, they needed to improve. They needed to upgrade.
Yep.
And he got it done, and he's not done yet. I need to see Jared Bednar maybe do a little something different. And it's a power play. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Get this damn power play fixed, or it's going to cost you, and it'll cost you your job.
I think there is, with Bednar, he's always like so calm. And we've said it before, like, you hear what he just said? That's angry Bednar. And he's still chill and calm and relaxed. I think a little bit of that, and you say it all the time, like your identity is your star player or your coach. Well, their star player is wound too tight. That's not what your identity wants to be. Nathan's just wound too tight. Bednar's a little lax, right? And do you want that to be your identity where you're like, hey, sense of urgency, let's go here. So there's got to be like this kind of happy in between where maybe it is on Bedsy and it's something he doesn't show us and it's just for the guys in the locker room, which is fine. We don't need to see everything, but we would also see it translate onto the ice. So with Bednar's kind of kick back, we'll figure it out attitude, I think he's given some grace to the guys on the power play rather than, hey, guys, it's y'all going to get me fired. Now, he doesn't have to say that, but we're in cup or bust mode. And if you guys don't figure out the power play, it's bust for all of us, and that leads to some major results. So maybe that's something here on this unofficial second half. Is there any more sense of urgency from Bednar knowing his situation?
Right.
And then it translates to the ice.
Okay, so is that going to happen? And I was thinking about this on the way in today, and I was thinking about Nathan MacKinnon. And I was like, okay, it didn't work in the Olympics. You see the dejected look. I mean, he's angry. He's mad, right? And that's fine. He is that serious. He's like a Michael Jordan out there. But with Jordan, it was 6 rings. With Jordan, it was like winning all the time.
Yeah.
With Nathan MacKinnon, it's been 1 ring and second round exits. They haven't made past the second round except one time.
Yeah.
And I always bring that up, and here's why.
Hart Trophy, and I know you don't care about that, but that's a cool part of the resume.
At one point in his career, and it may not be now, but Nathan MacKinnon might have to think of a gentler approach because it's not working. Like it worked for Jordan. Jordan can be, Jordan-like, and MacKinnon is very Jordan-like. And I'm talking about being like hard on the guys and a tough teammate. I'm not saying he's punching guys like he punched Jordan punched John Paxson, or no, it was
Steve Kerr.
Steve Kerr. Well, Steve Kerr might have deserved it. But like with Jordan, the results were there. With Nate and this attitude, the results aren't there. So it's like at one point, and I thought about like Tom Coughlin and how he changed, and he was like successful, but he never was over the top. And then it was Michael Strahan or Tiki Barber that said, hey, dude, you got to lighten up.
Yeah.
Is there anyone? Is it Kale? It's not Bedsy, but is at some point, if this still doesn't work with Nathan MacKinnon, because you can be a curmudgeon, aloha, I want to say the other word. You can be that way with your teammates, with everyone else, and the stuffed animal or whatever. You can be Nathan MacKinnon if it works. But if you're not winning multiple Stanley Cups, again, the hardest trophy to win in all sports, do you change your approach?
That's an interesting question.
A gentler, lighter, like nicer Nathan MacKinnon maybe go a long ways to his teammates who aren't like when he comes in the locker room and like, show Nate's here. You don't really need that. Now, if you're winning all the time, and I'm talking about Stanley Cups, I'm talking about championships. If you're winning, baby, that's just the way it's going to be. But when you're not winning, and if it falls apart this year and guys get fired, is Nathan MacKinnon going to look in the mirror and know, maybe I need to do things a little differently?
That's a great question.
It's a fair conversation.
It is, and I actually think there's only one guy on that team that can do that. He's got a C on his sweater. And he was in control of this team when he showed up, and he's still in control of this team
while
Nate's the best player.
Would he say it?
I think he would. Because I think right now specifically, because Gabe knows he's looking at the end of his run.
Yeah, oh yeah.
It's right in front of him, to be honest.
Obvious, yeah.
And I think that's the fair conversation of you probably go into it like, hey, Nate, I'm about to make you mad, but we're going to have a conversation.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like we said with Jamal and Joker, recognizing what responsibility you have to cement a legacy. It's almost that same thing. Hey, I only have a couple of years left here. I want to win another cup.
You got to lighten up, dude.
With you kind of, on edge all the time, it's not helping us anymore. It's hurting us. And you use the example of Michael Jordan. I think Kobe Bryant could do it because remember, like who was that? The Sasa Vujacic. He's like elbowing and then turns to the camera and winks.
Yeah.
And then Sasha's like, oh my God, he's going to beat me up at practice. I think there was intent behind, how can I say this without getting in trouble?
Them being jerks.
Yes. There was intent behind it.
Yes.
A design behind it.
A motivation. Nate's just that way.
Well,
and is that good for your teammates? If we had someone, and listen, again, we have the toughest conversations. Us four, we have the toughest conversations. But if we were walking on eggshells every single day, would that be enjoyable?
No, I wouldn't.
Would that be enjoyable?
No.
Spivak walks in and we're all on eggshells. Like, would that be enjoyable?
I worked at a place like that before. Got the hell out as fast as I could.
Okay, so then someone needs to have that conversation. Maybe it's after this year. If they win another Stanley Cup, nothing's going to change. But if it falls apart, someone should at least think about that. And that person is Gabe.
I think that's the only guy that can do it. Would he listen? I think he would. It'd take a couple of days.
He would with someone like Gabe.
Yeah.
Because Gabe's going to talk and you're going to listen, even if you're Nathan McKinnon.
He is wound a little too tight. That's 100% sure.
Well, and I think it's why are things falling apart every single year with wagon team and they don't have everything? Well, I'll do the Vance Joseph thing. Do they need everything? Do you need everything?
Well, Chris McFarland's down to go get it.
You've had Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar. You got one ring. Come on, man.
Got to be better than that.
So what is it? Is it the fact that Nathan is wound so tight that it affects his teammates? I'm just asking the question.
It's certainly a fair conversation. Avs fans, you tell us. What do you see? Like I said, been around it a little bit, and I know there's some tension there. When he walks in the room, you got to feel it out before you can move forward.
And I look at Team Canada as the example. Look at Team Canada and how, yes, USA, all that, great. But it's like, okay, what was that like? What was that like to be around that guy that's wound that tight? Mm-hmm. And then when you lose, it's like, and by the way, he was the only one with a negative plus-minus on Team Canada.
Well, it's just the thing you got to tell him of like, hey, your negative attitude's not helping anybody around here, and it's not helping you first and foremost. Mm-hmm. He gets in his own way when he gets in that mood, and then it affects everybody else around
It's just a conversation. Again, we love Nate because he's ours.
Exactly.
If he wasn't here, probably less love.
He's one of the top 3 players in the entire NHL. Of course, he's got some skill, and we love what he's done.
Yeah.
We just wonder what else is there to unlock.
It's a conversation.
We'll continue to do it. They're not back on the ice until tomorrow night. Made one trade today. Are they done? We'll get back to that a little bit later on. In the meantime, we got to get back to Bose Board. Another name for Bose Board. A name you'll know, but will you like it with where he was in the past? We'll tell you who next.
The champ! Are you ready? Do you consider yourself a super fan? Well, now's your chance to prove it. It's Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan Super Fan Send-Off, presented by 303 Law 4040, sending you to Las Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. A pair of 2-night event tickets, airfare, and hotel all included, plus a $500 Visa card. So get in the ring and enter now at denversports.com/superfan. That's denversports.com/superfan.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
Hey guys, Cecil Lammy here. You probably noticed your heat kicking on way more than it should. I get it. It's frustrating. I live in Roxborough. That wind blows all the time. But the real culprit might surprise you. When the insulation in your window fails, all that warm air you're paying for slips right out and the cold sneaks right in. That's why you need my friends, WindowNation.com. It's WindowNation.com. They got their buy 4 windows, get 4 free sale happening now. Also ask them how you could snag a pair of Icon Pass 2-day sessions. Stop letting your windows drain your comfort and your wallet. Schedule your quote today at WindowNation.com.
Okay, does this happen to anybody else? You sit down with a juicy QPC, some McNuggets, and those golden fries from McDonald's. Then you take a long sip of your Sprite because you can still hear your mama saying, don't fill up on that drink before you eat your food. But you're grown now, so you do what you want.
Share and share alike with the 20-piece McNuggets from McDonald's for just $6. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
High five! Up top!
Dave's company just got the 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet, advanced security, and a great rate that won't change. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Heck yeah!
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Yes!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
For a limited time, now through March 29th, Switch to Comcast Business to lock in your rate for 5 years and get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Or ask how to get started with 150 megabit internet and Security Edge for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Don't wait. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. Paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account required. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health.
This February, save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins.
Looking for the best deal on TRT? Don't pay hundreds of dollars out of pocket for a franchise or settle for one of those one-size-fits-all from your doctor just because they take your insurance. At Synergetics and Low T Center, you can get powerful TRT dosed to your body and get it covered by insurance. Synergetics and Low T Center work with your insurance plans and customize each dose of TRT for maximum effectiveness and safety. It's TRT that actually works with your body. And this February, they're offering free testosterone tests and discounted peptides and GLP-1s to make getting your life back as easy as possible. Don't miss this opportunity. Go to Synergetics.com or LowTCenter.com to book an appointment online.
Hi, Dan Cicchini with Done Right. Great pricing options and bank financing? You bet. Kitchens, baths, counters and floors, finished basements, windows and doors. Done Right since 1985. You have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right. Visit drhi.com. Thanks.
Try Wendy's new Girl Scout Thin Mints Frosty Fusion with Girl Scout Thin Mint cookie pieces. Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's and Girl Scouts of the USA.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on ESPN Denver 1600, CSU basketball faces Fresno State with pregame starting at 6:30.
104.3 The Fan. We are Denver Sports.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we got to add another name to Bose board. I teased it that it is a name Broncos fans, Broncos country, are going to be familiar with, and how much can you forgive what was done in the past? They need help in the running back room. Could that be this gentleman?
Rolling out, flinging it, Pacheco. Pacheco finds his way to the end zone and a Kansas City touchdown.
Isaiah Pacheco is today's name for Bose board. He hasn't played in every game since his rookie season, was really solid in his first 2 NFL seasons as the Chiefs lead back in his adult braces. And then after that, well, his body started to break down, and the Chiefs have been in the business of replacing him ever since then. They have, what are they at, the 9th pick? And the whole world has them picking Jeremiah Love, the running back from Notre Dame, to fill that void. So, hasn't had a 100-yard game in a few years. 14 rushing touchdowns in his 4-year career. Spot Track has his market value at about $4 million for 1 year, so it's not going to necessarily break the bank. I will say this about Isaiah before I give you the floor, Cease. When he's right, he's a weapon. I know you're going to talk about how violent he is, and that gets me going, man. I love that part about what Isaiah Pacheco can bring. Now, I don't think you're saying this either. It's not like, hey, go get Isaiah Pacheco, and bam, you figured out the running back room. That's not what I'm trying to pitch. I don't think it's what you're trying to pitch. It's an idea and a conversation about Isaiah Pacheco, RJ Harvey, rookie running back. What does that trio look like after the first 6, 7, 8 weeks when they found their footing?
You need someone who can run across a blankety-blanker's face, right? Just like Marshawn Lynch said. You need someone that can do that, man. I want that so bad.
Run through a face.
Exactly.
You don't have to worry about it.
You don't have to worry about it no more. And that's the thing. With Isaiah Pacheco, that's his job. You have one job. See the other team, run them over. Yeah. And he's going to be like, yes, sir.
There's my B.
Exactly, right? The Waterboy's kicker. That's who Isaiah Pacheco is, and I loved him coming out of college, out of Rutgers a few years ago. The Denver Broncos had him in for a top 30 visit. George Payton brought him in. George Payton identified the talent, brought him in for a top 30 visit, and then drafted Delarian Turner-Yell. And drafted Montreal Washington.
Yeah, but man, remember all those plays Darian Turner-Yell's made?
Yeah, in Montreal Washington, because Russell Wilson said they should draft him from Sanford? Sanford.
Was he the throw the helmet on the ground, I'm upset because you didn't throw me the ball guy?
Nah, I don't think so.
KJ Hamler.
KJ Hamler, yeah. No, Montreal Washington was the return man that couldn't play. But he had that big game against Florida, everybody. So, you made the decision to not draft Isaiah Pacheco, even though you had him in the building. That was a mistake. It was a mistake. And you've seen Pacheco be a big part of what Kansas City does on their offense. Of course, now getting Eric Bieniemy back as their offensive coordinator. Pacheco is a guy that runs with no regard for his safety, your safety, anybody's safety. He's the guy to run through your face, keep going at it. Yes, sir. Right away, sir. He's going to do it again. You're going to line up in those situations where you need that violence, you need the physicality, and Isaiah Pacheco will not be denied. He's got a little bit of speed. He definitely gets to top speed in his hurry, so his first 10-yard split is really good, but he's not a burner. So we're not talking about 80-yard field flipping play, Jahmyr Gibbs, whatever. No. Everybody knows that. That's not the case. He's not going to be a receiver out of the backfield, so R.J. Harvey's still going to have that role. And Isaiah Pacheco's role may be limited because he's a two-down banger. No doubt about it. He's a banger. He's a two-down guy, but he runs with such violence that this team doesn't have. Who was the guy they could turn to when the chips are down? Who was the guy they could handle the... And it's not J.K. Dobbins. Dobbins is a better back than Isaiah Pacheco because he's a more well-rounded back. J.K. Dobbins, when healthy, is a top 5 back. I'd say Pacheco's a top 15 back.
Okay.
So there's a big difference, right? And there's a big difference. But the violence that he runs with, it's almost unparalleled. Derrick Henry runs with that violence. Isaiah Pacheco runs with that violence. Very few others in this league do because you don't really last. Now, Derrick Henry does.
Because he's built like a tank.
Right. Isaiah Pacheco, not built like a tank, but still runs like he's built like a tank. So I love that idea of being here on the Broncos, helping out Bo Nix.
Am I playing with fire if I ask you about JK and Isaiah on the team?
That's too many. That's too many injury-prone guys.
I guess you're a couple of plays away from it being R.J. Harvey and a practice squad guy.
Yeah, this team needs 2 backs added, 1 free agent, and 1 in the draft. And if you go high-price free agent, then you're going to have to go, third-round pick in the draft. If you go cheaper free agent, like Isaiah Pacheco, then you could go first-round pick in the draft. So I need that combination. I need a free agent. I need a draft pick. And with the premium pick, first 3 rounds. That's got to be the answer. That's got to be the recipe for success for the Broncos. But I feel like Kevin Kistner, this may not be enough juice for Kev.
Kev's looking for the blonde in the red dress. You want to turn around and see something.
I'm looking for Carrie Underwood, and we got this girl trying out for the X Factor or something. He doesn't excite me enough to. I want to win a Super Bowl. I don't think this is the guy who gets you over the top to get to that Super Bowl. I just don't. I'm looking at that big screen TV. He's like the TV that your uncle gave you. Man, this works. The TV's good. It's a good working one. Then he doesn't give you the remote. Or you're missing the cord to plug it into the TV. He's coming off an MCL injury from last year. He did come back and play on it a little bit. But is this a guy who I could give 20 to 25 carries to every game? No, I don't think so. He's only had 1 touchdown last year, 1 touchdown the year before. He hasn't really been the same guy since being the backup the last 2 years with Kareem Hunt. I'm not sold on it. I would rather keep shooting for the stars, go get an ETN, or hopefully the Jets screw something up with Breece Hall and not franchise him. I would go with an ETN type guy.
So if you're still in on Breece Hall with the transition tag where you can go and get him, you just have to give up a little bit more.
Well, even if you go ETN, where's your power at? Where's your power?
He brings me power.
ETN, you need a guy that is undeniable. And Pacheco, now he gets himself hurt because he runs into trouble all the time, but that's the type of guy. And by the way, I'm not going to overlook his 44 catches a couple of years ago. So even though he's not the receiver that R.J. Harvey is, you mentioned his 1 touchdown. It was 7 the last year he was healthy. 7 touchdowns. Plus, R.J. Harvey's good at getting touchdowns. We already know that.
Yeah.
So I look at it for that specific role. Need a power back. Tyler Algier is a better option. Tyler Algier is a more expensive option. Brian Robinson is a better option. Brian Robinson might be a more expensive option. And also, with Brian Robinson, you're basically making RJ the backup, 1B. With Isaiah Pacheco, RJ's the 1A.
You know what else, too? I'm just thinking about this with Isaiah. I think, and it's some speculation here, won't Isaiah sort of be in the same boat that JK was a year ago? When we get to free agency, nobody's banging down the door of Isaiah Pacheco to make him their first signing. You're probably going to get through a wave or 2 with Isaiah Pacheco still being available, and if you do take a swing and miss, or Brees isn't available with what Kevin wants to make that big, sexy swing, you get to OTAs and you go, oh, we still need a body. Let's go get Isaiah Pacheco. He's out there, and he's probably cheaper at that point than the $4 million that Spot Track has it as now in February.
Yeah, and I think $4 million would be a stretch to get him at, because some of the numbers, like, I think the number's too low on Tyler Algier. I think the number's too low on Brian Robinson. I think the number's too low on Brees Hall. We'll see about that. See what the Jets do there. They're supposed to franchise tag him, but it's a part of the conversation, and I'm fully biased because I've loved Pacheco since he came out of college.
But see, my thing is, you said if we get him, then
RJ's
Harvey,
the starter. RJ's the 1A.
I don't want him to be in the 1A.
What do they want?
I don't. If the Broncos want that, then stuff needs to change over there at the Valley.
All I know is
look
that
what happened
they
when
love
J.K.
RJ Harvey.
Look what happens when J.K. went down. They had no run game. Bo Nix was probably the best runner on that team. I want a real freaking running back. I don't want R.J. Harvey to be the 1A guy. I want something big.
Well, let me ask you this. If you want a real running back, are you putting too many eggs in a basket that Sean Payton's going to ignore? That's what I told you yesterday. I'm in between like $3 and $5 million to spend on a running back. Brees Hall outprices himself for me because I know who Sean is and what the game plan will look like. Unless we learn in 2.5 hours that he's not calling the plays anymore, my running back philosophy is not going to change. Now it can if we get the right news, but I'm not holding my breath on that.
And the nice thing about Isaiah Pacheco is because Sean is always this close to going away from the ground game, like always this close.
Yeah.
So with Pacheco, it's not going to be a negative play. Like, it's going to be positive because he runs so violently. So even if you block it for 1, he's going to push for 3. So every time there's going to be something positive when you give Pacheco a carry, and I think that might trick Sean Payton into be like, let's stick with the ground game because it's working with the Pacheco. Again, that power and that violence is something that's sorely missing from this team. There are other options, maybe better options, but Isaiah Pacheco should be on the list.
If it was Pacheco and Harvey in the AFC Championship game, do the Broncos win?
I would say go back to if it's Pacheco when Bo gets hurt, Bo doesn't get hurt.
Because they have a guy to turn around.
Because they have a
the
guy
ball
on 4th and 1 to go to.
Yeah, but I'm saying the AFC Championship when they need to run the ball.
Well, Bo Nix would have still been healthy if Pacheco was on the roster, so of course they would have won.
Well, okay, you're missing my point.
Well, see,
I see where you're going.
I still give you like Sean. The clearest reason to run the football was in front of Sean Payton for the AFC Championship game, and guess what he didn't do? Right. So it's less about personnel and more about coach.
How many times you seen Pacheco in a snow game do snowplow stuff? You needed a snowplow, and
look,
you didn't have that.
I'm like the chicken Jerry Maguire. You had me at violence, dude. You had me at violence.
You like Renee Zellweger?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm intrigued when you said violence.
Okay. The human head weighs 8 pounds.
He said, let's go to the zoo. The zoo's bleeping closed. What a great movie that was. All right, we are going to revisit that. Of course, Bose Board hitting you with it every day at 10:30 and 12:30 with a brand new name. The NFL looking on changing something. Now, we don't complain too much about NFL games and them being too long because we love it, but this new suggestion would add even more length to an NFL game. Is it the right move? We'll get into it next.
Do the title hopes of the Denver Nuggets rest on one singular player?
I think it's pretty simple. They won't because Aaron Gordon isn't healthy. They will because Aaron Gordon is healthy.
I agree with you, 100%.
That's your stopper. That's your guy that is your matchup guy on the defensive end of the court. For me, it comes down to Aaron Gordon.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Fellas, got to talk to you about something personal here. My team over at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, it is their mission to make sure us as fellas still have a sex life, have a healthy relationship, which intimacy is a major part of. Sex, intimacy, love, it's all essential to fulfilling your relationship. When erectile dysfunction shows up, it doesn't just affect the bedroom, it steals enjoyment, weakens intimacy, puts a stress on you, certainly on your partner, and it's unfair for both of you. You know why? Because there's a simple solution, an easy fix. It's going to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, setting up your first appointment. Perhaps you're a talk on the phone type of fella. Call them right now, 720-440-7900. If you're coming up with stomachache excuses, headache excuses, or the stuff you're buying at a gas station, you know nothing of what is in it is not working, Go to Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, set up your first appointment. First visit's only $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed provider. They're going to draw your blood, tell you what your T and PSA levels are, and if medically advised, they're going to tell you to take a test dose in the office. If that test dose doesn't work, your visit is free. It works in over 90% of men, and you could be having sex as soon as the next day. Stop with the excuses. You deserve better. Your partner deserves better. It all starts at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Still haven't filed your taxes? Hey, you're not the only one. A lot of good people fall behind. But here's the thing. The longer you wait, the harder the IRS can hit back. Penalties stack up. Interest piles on. The letters get more aggressive. None of it magically disappears. It's why I always tell folks, call my friends at Advanced Tax Solutions. These are not generalists. They don't dabble in tax problems. They live in this world. Resolving IRS issues is all they do. Maybe you're 1 year behind. Maybe you're 10. Maybe you've got unfiled returns, wage garnishments, bank levies, or you're just losing sleep wondering what the IRS is going to do next. Their licensed tax professionals can step in fast, talk to the IRS for you, stop the stress, and start putting a real plan in place. And listen, waiting never makes it better. Every day you delay is another day the IRS gets to tighten the screws. One quick call to Advanced Tax Solutions, that could be the start of a quick resolution. So take control of your tax situation before the IRS does. Reach out to Advanced Tax Solutions today and breathe again.
Hi, I'm Brad Barnett, president and founder of Mountain High Appliance. Looking for the best deal in town this President's Day? Then stop by our Denver Clearance Center, where you'll find savings of 70% or more on open box, overstock, and discontinued appliances from the industry's best brands, including Bosch, Thermador, KitchenAid, and many more. Hurry in for the best selection, or visit us online and take advantage of these huge President's Day savings. When you think appliances, think Mountain High Appliance.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Cudarelli Vision. Here's my story. I wore glasses growing up for a long time, and then when I hit my 30s playing for the Broncos, I ended up having LASIK surgery, but when I hit my mid-50s, I needed those readers for everything I did, whether it was going to restaurants trying to read menus, whether it was reading statistics, studying film, I needed those reading glasses. Well, I decided to go see Dr. Cudarelli at Cudarelli Vision for refractive lens exchange, and I can tell you firsthand, total game changer, and you can join Dr. Cudarelli for his live webinar tomorrow at noon. Learn more about refractive lens exchange from Cudarelli Vision. This free webinar is the perfect opportunity to meet Dr. Cudarelli and have him answer all your questions like, is RLE for me? Am I a good candidate? What's the recovery time? What's the cost? Is there financing? Cudarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures, and he can tell you when it's time for you. Make sure you join that live webinar tomorrow at noon. Register at ColoradoRLE.com. That's ColoradoRLE.com.
You're listening to Sports Talk Radio at work. So is your competition. So are your customers. Denver sports fans don't half listen. They argue. They text in. They remember stats from 1998. They remember who sponsors their obsession. Audio, video, or online. We've got every angle covered. DenverSports.com. Make your move.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
So when we all sit down and watch foosball throughout the fall and the winter, we're all locked in every Saturday for college, Sunday for the pro game. And one of the major complaints, probably the biggest complaint that we get, that we hear, that we see, that we do ourselves, is referees, right? Too many penalties. They missed that penalty. All the things that we talk about with referees. Well, there could be a change coming with penalty flags in the NFL.
Is this prompted by the Buffalo Bills and their crying fan base?
No, it's actually not prompted by the Bills, but that's a surprise because it's par for the course with their fan base.
Yes.
The NFL Competition Committee has discussed a change to the league rules that would allow replay officials to throw penalty flags for fouls that went unpunished on the field. So, the crew of referees can't see everything, and if something was missed, there's the opportunity now for replay officials to throw the penalty flag. Now, It's not like, you missed the hole, you missed the block in the back. You got to go back and do that because that would make the game boring, slow it down, it'd turn into a 5-hour product. And I love football. But if you take 5 hours, I'm going to be out.
Yeah.
Now what Troy Vincent's saying, the NFL Executive Vice President of Football Operations, is, hey, quote, you don't want to just expand and open Pandora's box, but we believe things like non-football acts, you can really, really restrict what that is. That's something that we believe potentially there's a little bit of tweaking in the language that may be the first step. Basically what they're talking about is a non-football act. You punch a guy, you kick a guy, you take that swipe at their helmet, which is real stupid, but NFL players do it. That's what they're talking about. Hey, there was a little mix-up over here away from the play that the referees did not see. Dude threw a punch. There's going to be a penalty for that. Will that slow down the game a ton? Probably not. But I do like the idea of they're talking about Pandora's box here because the flow is already a bit of an issue.
Oh, yeah.
And if they add more to it, it's going to take fans away.
Yeah, it'll take fans away because there's only so much time to go get a beer.
Yeah.
Right, there's only so much time to get up, use the bathroom or whatever when you watch these games on TV. And yes, Team Canada, it's made for TV. The NFL's done that to perfection.
Yeah.
It's why they're the top of the top in America. And that's the thing. Like, they've got that. They're conscious of that. Going to a game in person, it's boring as all get out. Like, a hockey game in person is the most exciting thing you can see. Going to an NFL game in person, really boring. But they're worried about the TV product, which they should be. And the TV product needs a little bit of work. So I'm glad that they're thinking ahead in that aspect.
Yeah, and like I said, they're aware of it being too much and giving too much, I guess, power to a replay official to just stop a game and kill momentum. So at least they're aware of that and having the conversation. Can they be better at guys maliciously trying to hurt someone or step on somebody or kick someone when they're down? All right, sure. There's a little bit of part of me, and maybe it's me being a Neanderthal or watching football in the 90s that goes, that's football. Man up a little bit.
Right.
But I know that's not the world that I live in today.
Not today. We used to have a segment on ESPN called Jacked Up. Mm-hmm. We used to sell DVDs of the greatest hits in the NFL, and there's no more of that.
I mean, it's, of course, a much lower level, but you're like, oh, all right, you took a cheap shot at me? Wait till we run your way the next time. We'll be repaying and revisiting that conversation. So we'll see what it looks like. Competition committee says they're going to continue to have these kind of conversations and talk about what it would look like inside of an actual game. Another quick story with the combine going on right now. I don't think this is a big surprise. Cease, your combine and draft guy. I'll lean on you for this. Fernando Mendoza, not going to throw at the combine, not going to do a lot at the combine, going to have a pro day. Says he wants to highlight some of his receivers with the Indiana Hoosiers. And, I mean, look, when you're locked in as the number one pick and you're really not going anywhere, you can pretty much do and say whatever you want.
Yeah, because your arm's going to be on display against the best in this class. Not a great class for quarterbacks. It's a big week for Ty Simpson, though. Alabama kid's going to get an opportunity to be perhaps the second quarterback off the board.
You got a first-round grade on him?
No. And I look at it and I go, yeah. Mendoza to me is like a late first, early second, and people are going over the moon of like, he's as good as Andrew Luck. That's not the case.
Wow, that's a bad take.
Yeah, well, they've had bad takes about Bo Nix before, so more bad takes. But like for me, Mendoza doesn't need to. He'll be the number one pick, plus any sort of flaws will be on display. I still remember watching J.J. McCarthy throw. Now, he's on the same field as Joe Milton. So Milton would throw 80 yards effortlessly.
Yeah, with a flick of the wrist.
And I remember seeing JJ like grunt when he threw like a 15-yard out.
Ooh.
Like literally like as much as he could to get that ball, and it wasn't exactly zipping there. So when you're on the field, like comparatively, you're doing the same plays and the same drills and whatever, it's really stands out if you're not what someone else is. And of course, Milton, may never get an opportunity or whatever. But that's a guy that had a cannon of an arm. And when you're a guy like J.J. McCarthy, you don't have a cannon of an arm. Fernando Mendoza wouldn't have that problem like J.J. did, but still, it's something where he avoids any sort of the extra. The bad part of this time of year is the nitpicking. Mm-hmm. I understand you have to.
That's what the whole year's about. This part of the year's about.
Right. This whole part of the year is about that. I mean, you have to in evaluation. But if you're Mendoza, just save the headache. Don't work out.
I honestly, if you're even Ty Simpson, who doesn't have like a ton of leverage, but you got the letters Q and B next to your name, and there's not a lot else out there between you and Fernando, If I were a first-round quarterback or a quarterback that could be selected in the first round, I would dictate all terms. You're not going to tell me where I'm going to throw. You want to watch me? You're going to come. I'm going to control the atmosphere and environment. I'm going to throw to the guys that I know. I'm going to throw the routes that they know. I'm going to make it as perfect as it can be. I don't have to fly to Indianapolis to have you watch me throw football.
The nice thing about a Ty Simpson, just as an example, is if you're going to be a late first-round pick, you're going to go to a better team. And with Simpson as a guy, what do you have in college? Like 14 starts, whatever it was, a very, very small number. He's going to have the capability of like learning and developing, which is what he needs to do. That raw talent is there. Athlete, certainly athletic, and he's got a good arm. He's going to take some time. And if you're a late first-round pick, you're probably going to a better team, probably going to get a little bit of time.
I told you it was Pittsburgh who Mel had him going to in his mock draft today. Mel Kiper's second mock has the Steelers, I believe, is at 21 picking Ty Simpson.
Okay.
And it probably gives him a year to sit behind Aaron, and then Aaron goes away, and Ty takes the job.
Yeah, and it takes them out of the Malik Willis sweepstakes, which everyone's wondering, like, where's Malik Willis going to go? And Pittsburgh had been a top candidate there.
You're going to pay $30 million to an unknown?
Seen teams do it before.
Yeah. It didn't work out before either.
Sometimes it does. It's a Green Bay backup, and I understand that not every Green Bay backup was great. Aaron Brooks, I'm looking at you. But that was a team that years ago had that reputation of Matt Hasselbeck, Mark Brunell, Aaron Brooks. Obviously, if you're in Green Bay's system, you can play.
Okay. Yeah, it just scares me. I'm going to give a guy $30 million for 4 years and go, hope this works out.
Hey, it's not your money.
Hope you flashed the rest of the way. Interesting conversation. We look around the league, kind of broaden the horizon a little bit at 12:45 every day with what else is going on in the NFL. Let's get to quarter number 4, and we're going to kick it off getting back to some Broncos conversation. They got some money to spend, but is that the best course of action this offseason, or can they trust in some young talent and still be a contender? Let's talk about it coming up next.
During his best season as a pro, does Jamal Murray need to give his teammates a reality check?
Couldn't Jamal Murray sit down in that locker room and call guys out by name? You know, those sort of kind of conversations have to be had, and I don't think there's anybody better to do it than Jamal Murray because he was the problem and is now the solution.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040 and Jacobs Law with another cool story to share. James called 303 Law 4040, and he's like a lot of our clients, not looking to get rich, but he just didn't want to get stuck with a bunch of medical bills. So we met with James like we do all of our 303 Law 4040 clients in person, and it's a good thing we did because we noticed James did not look so good. We sent him to the hospital to get checked out, and they did wind up admitting him. In the end, we got him feeling better and $125,000. He was over the moon. He came into the office to pick up his check and rang that victory bell. And the really cool part is James surprised us with a check of his own, a donation so we could keep the best free meal in Denver coming each and every first and third Thursday. If you've been injured, you may be like James, not looking to get rich, but not sure what to do. That's why we're here to help. Just give us a call at 303 Law 4040. Go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
This February, save 25% off all primetime functional trainers, home gyms, and racks. Work out on your schedule on the equipment you choose from the safety and comfort of your own home. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth, and home show season in February is when homeowners make the smartest improvement decision before the demand hits. If windows are in your future, Gravina's Window Center of Littleton offers Infinity by Marvin fiberglass windows built for strength, efficiency, and long-term value. And this February, you'll save 25% plus enjoy 12 months zero-interest financing. Visit windowsforyourhome.com or call them at 303-794-0490.
This month, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Benjamin Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G service. What's up with that? Ben Franklin wasn't even a president. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be in business with an American wireless company that supports our vets in a big way and keeps all their customer service in this country. That's important. And you'll be on the same towers the big carriers use, so you'll get the same 5G service without the inflated price. So hang on to your Benjamins and switch to Pure Talk for a Jackson and a Lincoln. No contract, no hidden fees. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll get 50% off your first month when you switch. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, for an American wireless company that is truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on ESPN Denver 1600, CSU basketball faces Fresno State with pregame starting at 6:30.
104.3 The Fan. We are Denver Sports.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
Get a little overtime action with some crosstalk with Zach By and Philip Lindsay. They're the drive. They come in here at 2, and then they get you home from 2 to 6. We also have Denver Sports Tonight for those that start a little bit later from 6 to 7. So we're live, we're local. We're talking about all your Denver teams right here on Denver's best sports station, 104.3 The Fan. 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. every day. RamosLaw.com text line. That thing's always open for you. Text all night if you want. 303-713-1043. Just throw your name on your text. That's what we ask so that we can give you a shout out here on the show. Absolutely love it. I love when people call us Mountain Dudes, like we got on the text line right now from the 560.
It's because we are Mountain Dudes.
We are definitely Mountain Dudes. Certainly appreciate all of you guys weighing in. So hit us up on the text line. Same deal over on our YouTube page. Just go to youtube.com, find Denver Sports. Then when you're there, click that subscribe button for us and find the Dover and Cecil stream. You can hit us up right there. All right. Want to get into this conversation about off-season priorities, how they handle what's in front of them. And really, I've kind of highlighted 3 different positions, and we can talk about the players that go into it. Question here is, what's the best course of action? Do you trust in some of this younger talent that's been drafted over the last couple of years, or do you use this free agent money that they finally have with Russell Wilson coming off the books and go chase some star power? First up, I think we're both going to agree on this one, the cornerback conversation.
Okay.
Jaquan McMillan. Now, I don't believe he is a UFA. I think he's an RFA.
Restricted free agent,
He's an RFA, so they got a little bit more of the cards in their hands. But does anybody out there in the tribe, because I think you and I are going to agree on this one, does anybody out there in the tribe see it the other way? That, yeah, you can let Jaquan walk and then give Barron a bit more of responsibility? Because I think that would be a major mistake. Maybe Barron earns that opportunity in a couple of years from right now, but to lose Jaquan's presence on the field, I mean, the hero in the Bills game, for a guy that played 5 snaps in the last one, I'm not ready for that at all.
No.
I'm not ready to trust the young talent there. I'm ready to pay J-Mac and keep him around.
Well, and you said, like, hey, who would say that? I'm like, nobody that knew football. Would Shanae Barron even say that?
I mean,
guys want to play, but still, like, Jaquan McMillan is a stud. He's such a great player. And
I bet he probably would say it because, like, you remember being a young radio guy and you're like, put me on Rome, bro. Crush that. And we'd
as I get
fail.
run by Rome,
Yeah.
and then he tells me that I'm critical. So it's like, yeah, I've been there before as that young guy who gets called out on the air. So
Cecil, my man, you were awfully critical.
yes, I still maintain that criticalness today. But for me, Jaquan McMillan's a stud. You got to keep him point blank, period.
So we're paying the money.
Oh, yeah.
Pay the money. So money there, no to the younger talent right now. How about the defensive line? What do we feel about John Franklin Myers, which it's all but written in stone that they're not going to pay the guy because he's been trying to get it for 2 years. So are we okay with what it seems like they're going to do? No money, trust the talent or the young talent that can be developed behind them in Savion Jones and Uwazurike.
Yeah, and they like Uwazurike a lot for what he does as a run defender. He can get you a little bit of pressure there as well against quarterbacks. But it comes down to Savion Jones, a third-round pick, LSU kid that I really, really like the pick. And I wasn't a fan of every single pick the Broncos made last year, including Jahdae Barron at 20 because Amarian Hampton was on the board there. But I look at it and I go, Savion Jones can be a Pro Bowler in a couple of years. Now, it's not going to be right now, and he's got a depth in front of him, and they've got depth around him, so they could rotate in a Malcolm Roach, etc., like Uwazurike himself there with DJ Jones. Like, they've got a ton of talent, but that's good resources for Jones to learn from. But that natural playmaking ability, he's big, he gets off the line of scrimmage quickly, and he gets to the quarterback in a hurry. So whereas Uwazurike is like the run defender guy, and Savion can do that, the best hallmark of his game is that quick get-off. As soon as that ball snapped, he's in, and he's knifing through in between those blockers. So I want to see more of that. Young man has to develop, and JFM taught him a lot of tricks. So can he be like the new JFM in a year or two?
Now, if there are any interior defensive linemen listen to the show, I'm about to disrespect you guys. Is this like simplest form? Get a bigger guy, command a couple of blocks, and you've done your job. And I'm taking away from what JFM is, but aren't we like, look, all right, Savion Jones, you're up. You're the guy. You don't have to be a hero. You just kind of have to get in the way of a couple of guys.
Don't give up ground.
Okay,
I'd say if you want to go to
so
the simplest.
You're not getting pushed back.
Yeah, if you want to go to the simplest form, and again, this is very offensive. Get as offended as you like, defensive lineman. Somewhere Derek Wolf is cussing you out. But, like, it's just don't give up ground.
Speaking of meatheads that will kill you. What's up, Derek?
Yeah, McChesney was like, why are you bringing me up? Bring up Derek.
All right, so cornerback, we're giving money. D-line, we're trusting the youth. How about the linebacker group? Could lose both Alex Singleton and Justin Stranad. And honestly, I almost like the Jaquan situation, although Barron's better than what the options are at linebacker. You can't trust in the young talent to develop there because it's Drew Sanders, and he's young talent that has never developed because his body lets him down almost every single year like clockwork. So linebacker, you have no choice but to throw money at it, even if that is throwing money at Singleton to stay if that's what you want. I don't necessarily. I'd throw my money at Justin Stranad or go find a free agent to throw some money at.
Yeah, find a free agent. Nakobe Dean, anybody?
Yeah.
Devin Lloyd, anybody? That's something that Broncos fans are asking for. So I think if you spend up at a position, and Jaquan's deal's, probably going to be pretty good deal. A good deal for Jaquan, but a team-friendly-ish deal. I don't see Jaquan's money as like kind of getting in the way. You get a Devin Lloyd, you're paying him $20 million a year. It's the Lamborghini Countach, right? That's the Lamborghini, $150,000.
Yeah.
Might want to keep that on the IOUs and Dumb and Dumber. Like that's exactly what that is. So that's a little bit more of a number, and you're going to spend up. It's going to be spending up at linebacker. Is it big splash, or is it keeping Stranad around at an elevated price? And an elevated role for Justin Stranad, which he definitely deserves after all the hard work he's put in.
I feel like running back, inside linebacker. Where do you allocate more money to go get the player that you're looking for? I mean, you're going to spend $10 million for the top couple running backs that are out there. Are you going to spend $10 million for Devin Lloyd? You probably are.
You're going to spend $20 million.
Right.
What Spot Track have his number at? I think it's 20.
Really?
So yeah, you're gonna spend a whole lot of money. And if it's not 20, please tell me because that's the quote I'm going with.
Wow, that's exactly right. You nailed it.
It's 20?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. I think the talent that you're going to get, here's the
Spot
weird thing.
Potentially one of the top 5 highest paid linebackers in the league.
And I will say this, there's people out there saying like this running back class isn't good. That's incorrect. This running back class isn't deep. Last year, it was deep. Kyle Monagai was a 7th-round pick, and he was a stud for the Bears. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, good old Bill, was a stud for the Commanders. Brashard Smith made a couple plays for the Chiefs. Like, you had so much depth last year at running back. The Broncos just didn't dip. Well, they did with R.J. Harvey, but probably overdrafting him. I look at this year as like your premium picks, first 3 rounds, are where you're going to target those running backs. So it is a good running back class. There's just not that many of them. It's not a deep class. So I take issue and I take personally offense by people that say this is a bad running back class. No, it's not a deep running back class. That's the difference. So if you're going to pay up, it almost would make sense with more inside linebacker. It's a great inside linebacker class. Probably makes more sense to pay up at running back because of that class.
Is it because we're desperate for it? I guess we're desperate for inside linebacker too.
Yeah, inside linebacker since Danny Trevathan has been an issue.
Yeah, we're desperate in 2, possibly 3 positions, depending on what happens with one Evan Ingram. And that is a whole nother conversation to have as the offseason rolls on. All right, I want to get back to a conversation we had about the Avs and the Denver Nuggets. We'll tell you what the move was made today. In case you missed that, a trade has already gone down for the Avalanche that sent Sam Girard to Pittsburgh. We'll talk about what they got in return, what it means for their immediate future. And between both teams, the Nuggets and the Avs, as this unofficial, end of the season stretch is upon us, which of the two have more fixable problems? We'll answer that next.
Will the Avalanche stars experience an Olympic hangover after an emotional gold medal game?
Just to think you go 2 weeks like that and you battle the way they battled and you lost the way that they lost, a game that you were better. How do you just get over it that quick? I don't know, man. I am concerned about a hangover here from some of these guys, especially the Canadians.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Switch to TurboTax and file your own taxes for free in the app, because free shouldn't cost $15.99. Right? Free Tax USA? Or is it cost $15.99 Tax USA? Switch to TurboTax and file free. Free state, free federal, 100% free, 100% guaranteed. Now this is taxes. Intuit TurboTax. Switch to TurboTax and file your own taxes in the app for free by 2/28. Excludes TurboTax expert products. $15.99 charge from Free Tax USA is for state taxes.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out, but what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issue before you even notice them. It's like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working with perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though your kids grow up and you still don't understand 6-7, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 27 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Hi, I'm Brad Barnett, president and founder of Mountain High Appliance. This President's Day, enjoy huge savings at all of our showrooms. Whether you're replacing a single appliance or planning a full kitchen remodel, we've got you covered. From freezers starting at $199 to complete kitchen packages starting at only $19.99. Plus, save up to $4,200 on select KitchenAid packages. And our price match guarantee means you'll always receive the best pricing. When you think appliances, think Mountain High Appliance.
Mountain High Appliance, your favorite appliance store.
Thank you.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Sex, intimacy, love. These three things are critical to a good relationship, and that's the problem with erectile dysfunction. It often destroys sexual enjoyment and intimacy. It stresses the love between partners, often to the breaking point. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're suffering with ED, you likely know exactly what I'm talking about. But I also want you to know that ED doesn't have to impact your relationship anymore. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts with our focus on men's sexual health. We've treated tens of thousands of men and have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. I promise you, if you're like most guys, you can get your sex life back, perhaps even performing like you haven't in years. So if ED is affecting you, it's time to get back to better sex, better intimacy, and deeper love. Call us. Just $99 gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, I got a question for the tribe. I want you guys to answer. I want me and Cecil to answer. Tribe. You want to get in on it? Who has a better chance of fixing their problems? Finding solutions to what could get in their way.
Okay.
The Colorado Avalanche and their god-awful power play. Wound too tight, kind of stick in the mud sometimes in Nathan McKinnon. Or the Denver Nuggets, who seem to crumble like a week-old cookie in clutch games in the NBA. Tell us who you believe in more to find themselves again before the playoffs, and throw your name on the end of your text over there on the RamosLaw.com text line at 303-713-1043. Same thing on YouTube. Cecil's monitoring that, so if you've got some answers there, let us know, and give us a reason why. If you're picking the Avs, why do you believe in them? If you're picking the Nuggets, why do you believe in them? Now, for me, Cece, it's when I look at the Avalanche, problems. You want to say problems when they've been in first place for the last 4 months, but issues that they're having right now. Is it as simple as me going, well, the one thing they got to get better at is the power play. Everything else is going to fall in place. We know they can score. We know goaltending is not an issue and has not been for a couple of years, thanks to Chris McFarland. And I go, all right, there's the one issue for the Avs. Now, it's a major issue. But if I were to give you, kind of on paper what the things are for the Nuggets, I think there's more than one. Clutch games are an issue.
Yeah.
Defensive rotations and not closing out at the three-point line is a major issue, and Nicola's a part of that.
That's why the clutch games are an issue.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They're kind of going hand in hand.
Yeah.
And then kind of I don't know how to describe it, but a not finding their roles, not being a a full-time contributor or a consistent contributor between Christian Brown and Cam Johnson, and then Aaron Gordon's body. It's tough to call that a problem because it's just a body breaking down, but right now it is a problem. So I just gave you 3-4 different things for the Nuggets. Yes, they're fixable, but just one thing for the Colorado Avalanche. Is that more fixable because it's just one thing?
Yeah, it's one thing, but it's a pretty big thing. And it's something that can bite them in the backside when it comes to postseason hockey. So for me, the Nuggets have more work to do. The Avs problem, like the Avs are Stanley Cup favorites. We can't say, even in the Mile High City, as much as we love the Denver Nuggets, we can't say that they're the Larry O'Brien Trophy favorites. That's OKC. Mm-hmm. Denver's somewhere behind OKC. You know, whether you think they're behind Detroit or whatever, like that's part of the conversation.
They might be behind San Antonio if things keep.
The Avs are number one. Their problem, while it's one, comparatively speaking, to the Nuggets with a few, their problem is the one that could keep them from the cup.
But is it weird that, like, I agree with what you just said, but I have more faith in the Nuggets fixing than I do the Avs. I have more faith in the Nuggets fixing all of their issues.
Yeah.
Because the way the Nuggets fix issues is Joker and Jamal. And I trust in those dudes even more than I do with the star power. And it's equal, if not more star power on the Avs than it is the Nuggets. But I've seen the Nuggets kind of collapse in clutch games. It's been an issue throughout a good chunk of the season, but it's really showing its face here the last 5 weeks.
Yeah.
I've watched the Avalanche be one of the worst teams in the power play since they started in September.
Historically bad.
Yeah. So, like, a problem for a longer amount of time with more opportunity to fix it.
Well,
or a problem that's showing its head right now, and I trust that process more.
Let's examine what you're saying, though, because I believe it reveals a big truth. The Avs could not fix their problem of the power play and still win the Stanley Cup.
Do you think that's true?
The Nuggets cannot go without fixing their problems and win the Larry O'Brien Trophy.
Yeah.
They have to fix their problems. So the urgency is much more there for the Nuggets because they're not as good as the Avs are, comparatively speaking, within their sport. Plus, the Avs have been operating with a bad power play all year.
I guess you're right.
With the Denver Nuggets, we know what it looks like when things are on point. They haven't been on point. Everyone hasn't been healthy.
There are a few games under 500 this month.
Yeah, that's very, very odd. So, and also there's the 40-20 thing. You got to win 40 games before you lose 20. And, you know, that sort of line that the Nuggets have already passed because they've already lost 20 games this year. So they need to put in more work than the Avs do, and they need to do that just to have a chance to win it all. The Avs cannot fix their power play and still win it all. It's more difficult.
I'm now looking at the standings, and I don't go to ESPN standings every day. But, man, we're talking about, the Avs have this issue, and what are they going to be able to do? They've lost 9 times in regulation. Their record is 37-9-9 with 83 points, 5 in front of Minnesota, and Minnesota has played 3 more games, and they're also going to share the ice coming up on Thursday night, and that's going to be a huge factor there. So I will say this. I have a hard time I understand why you said it. I have a hard time if it were my statement to go, yeah, they can win the Stanley Cup and be the second worst power play in the NHL. I get it, and yes, they can.
Yeah.
But it's a little more tough for me to just optimistically believe that.
Okay, well, let's do the look at the Nuggets then. Okay. The Nuggets don't fix any of their problems, and they're not healthy into the postseason. Do they have any shot?
Oh, no.
They have 0 shot.
0, yeah.
The Avs don't fix their problem. One problem, but they don't fix it. Do they have a shot? You just said it. Yes, they do.
They do.
So I think it's much more urgent for the Denver Nuggets to fix their few issues than it is for the Avs to fix their one issue. And the Nuggets can fix their issues. That's the thing. You've got more confidence in that because Coach Hackstall, anybody, they haven't fixed their power play. So until that's changed, why should we expect anything different?
One of our texters, Crush. That's their name.
Crush? Crush? That sounds like a superhero.
That's a pretty badass name. Crush.
Crush.
Is that your real name, or did you just name yourself that? Either way,
what do you do when you meet a lady at a bar? Because like, hey, I'm Samantha or whatever. What's your name? Crush.
There's some lines that you can say to follow that up.
I mean, you know.
We're all thinking it.
Yeah.
We're all thinking it. But Crush says the Avs did at least have the Olympic Games to see how a power play should work. Now, will they come home and translate? That's another thing. This is another thing. 289er. I love this guy, the 289er.
Okay.
He says Avs because you can't fix lazy, and that's the Nuggets' problem. But that to me is, can you fix lazy? Is it as simple as, now this isn't a pass, and I'm not saying it's acceptable by any means, so don't twist my words here. Are they, I hate this. I hate that I'm going to say this.
Okay,
are they going to turn it on in the playoffs? No, actually, that's not acceptable. They can't do that. You can't. It's about forming good habits. We've said that all year long. Mm-hmm. So you're right. They're lazy on defense, and it's a bad habit that's been allowed to happen too long. I just talked myself out of it.
Yeah, you just talked yourself out of it. I was like, next. And the thing is, like, success is fed by consistency. Success is not fed by, like, happenstance. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Now, there'll be an assist along the way, and I've always said in football, fantasy football in life, like, there's a little bit of luck involved for all of us, so you got to be a little lucky along the way. But it's your consistency that will lead to success. You can't just expect things to be fixed. You have to fix them. And then that's where success will kind of pay you back for your efforts.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see. Tribe members, again, you tell us. Avs, Nuggets, who do you have more faith in to figure things out starting tomorrow night when they're both back in action? Avs and Mammoth, Nugs and Celtics coming up tomorrow night. So big test coming out of the gate for both of these teams, because then the Avs will share the same sheet with Minnesota the following night, which we just told you, chasing in the division right there. So big stretch coming here over the next 6 weeks for both of these clubs. Let's hope they can both figure out their issues. All right, we're going to get back into a Broncos conversation. Linebacker and running back. We know that they need to be addressed. They were the first 2 picks in April's draft. Would everybody be cool with that? And would you be cool with this linebacker that we're going to talk about next? Spoiler alert, an SEC linebacker would probably fix a bunch of problems. We'll tell you who it is next.
The champ! Are you ready? Do you consider yourself a super fan? Well, now's your chance to prove it. It's Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan Super Fan Send-Off, presented by 303 Law 4040, sending you to Las Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. A pair of 2-night event tickets, airfare, and hotel all included, plus a $500 Visa card. So get in the ring and enter now at denversports.com/superfan. That's denversports.com/superfan.
It feels so much better to have 60 pounds gone forever. Why? Because of SodaWeightLoss.com. Cecil Lammy here from my friends at Soda. It's state of the art. You know that. And I look and feel 10 years younger. And listen, it's all about staying healthy and getting healthy the right way. That's the thing with SodaWeightLoss.com. This is real food, a real nutritionist that works with you hand in hand for support, for advice, via text, anytime. It's simply amazing. That real support from a real person is what keeps you consistent. And consistency is the key in your weight loss journey. You can join Soda for a short time to have results that last a lifetime. I did it. Now I know how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. Thank you, Soda. And here's the best part. Join now. Your partner joins for free. Start together, support each other, and both get younger feeling, looking, healthier versions of yourself. Go to SodaWeightLoss.com. Call them up, 1-866-800-SODA, SodaWeightLoss.com. SOTA weight loss is state of the art.
Hoops in Hamilton on the DU campus is intense this season.
And the Denver Pioneers have scored more points than any game in program history.
The threes are flying and the atmosphere is electric. Join us to create a home court advantage as conference play heats up.
Goes down low, feeds Wysocki, up with a two-handed dunk.
Group discounts and one-of-a-kind experiences await. Denver basketball. Get your tickets today at DenverPioneers.com.
Brandon Stokely here from my friends at Roller Auction. Do you have items you're looking to sell? Since 1976, Roller Auction has been conducting commercial and industrial auctions for Colorado government agencies, Fortune 500 companies, small business owners, secured creditors, individuals, and more. They have a large marketplace to showcase your assets, so don't wait. Visit rollerauction.com for a free consultation and turn those items into some cold, hard cash. Again, go visit them at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040 and Jacobs Law with another cool story to share. James called 303 Law 4040, and he's like a lot of our clients, not looking to get rich, but he just didn't want to get stuck with a bunch of medical bills. So we met with James like we do all of our 303 Law 4040 clients in person, and it's a good thing we did because we noticed James did not look so good. We sent him to the hospital to get checked out, and they did wind up admitting him. In the end, we got him feeling better and $125,000. He was over the moon. He came into the office to pick up his check and rang that victory bell. And the really cool part is James surprised us with a check of his own, a donation so we could keep the best free meal in Denver coming each and every first and third Thursday. If you've been injured, you may be like James, not looking to get rich, but not sure what to do. That's why we're here to help. Just give us a call at 303-LAW-4040. Go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303-LAW-4040.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side, your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed, plus an extra $100 off all mattresses. And Saturday, only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on ESPN Denver 1600, CSU basketball faces Fresno State with pregame starting at 6:30.
104.3 The Fan. We are Denver Sports.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver.
Where, Cecil, I would lean on you for this one, but if you want to get the top linebacker, you're probably in a pretty good position to do that right there at number 30. Is the top linebacker in this draft C.J. Allen, who has been mocked to the Denver Broncos in 4 different mock drafts? Daniel Jeremiah, who we're going to highlight here, has him as the Broncos' 30th overall pick. And DJ had a conference call yesterday, our very own Andrew Mason. Shout out to Mace for the sound
on the
here.
case. By the way, Allen is my number 4 linebacker this year.
Oh, really?
That tells you where this class is at. There should be 4 inside linebackers taken in the first round. Dude, it's nuts.
So if
it's
you miss at 30, you're still sitting pretty at 62.
Baby, you got it. Whether it's Jacob Rodriguez at 62,
that changes a lot.
Anthony Hill Jr. at 62, like, you've got plenty of options at the linebacker position, but C.J. Allen is a pretty good option.
Well, C.J. Allen, I put my eyeballs on him last night watching some of his highlight and tape from his last year at the University of Georgia. And Daniel Jeremiah, who has him coming to Denver at number 30, likes C.J. Allen for these reasons.
When it comes to C.J. Allen, when you're going through that process, he's just one of the best players, available, and who's going to run. I think he'll run like the 4.5s. Once we get a chance to see him in Indy. He's just a real physical player. This is a fast defense, a lot of fastballs. And then what that can do is sometimes it can create a little bit of space there, and he can suck it up. He can do it with speed. He can do it with physicality. He's the communicator for that defense. He can kind of be the nerve center. He's someone I talking to their coaches there and said he got there in the spring. All these freshmen now, they all show up in the spring before their freshman year, so technically should still be a high school kid. And he said this guy was making like every tackle in practice is 17, 18-year-old kid who should be a senior in high school. So he arrived on the scene ready to go at Georgia, and I think he'd be a great fit.
So be a great fit for the Denver Broncos. I love that. I had not known that, getting there a little early. And then, put yourself in the situation. You're 17 years old. There's 23-year-old men on the other side, and you're making an impact.
Yeah.
That's a hey, I'm here moment. And then when I watched him, Cease, what stood out to me is, one, his length. He's long. His wingspan is big. He can chase down some of those ball carriers. His closing speed to either get to the line of scrimmage where the ball carrier is going to be, meet them at the spot. That was impressive. Even more impressive is his ability to, you're kind of following the ball carrier, or there's that check down and you're seeing it, but you can't get there to make the play right away, to close the gap. He's got speed to do so, where you go, ooh, he's going to catch that, and that's a 5, 6, 7-yard gain. No. C.J. Allen has the speed to close that and go, oh, he caught it and was brought down immediately.
Yeah, brought down immediately, brought down when you get to the ball, because C.J. Allen's not fooled by any sort of play fake, whether that's run action, play action, it doesn't matter. He's not going to be fooled and be out of position. Then you add in the length. So you got the smarts, you got the length. Then you add in the speed. Okay, smarts, length, speed. Sounds pretty good.
Yeah, it does.
I got something else. He plays with bad intentions. So I love that. I have one of my first notes on Allen this offseason was heat-seeking missile. Heat-seeking missile.
Hell yeah.
You get a heat-seeking missile that arrives at the ball with bad intentions. He's going to knock that ball out of your hands. He's going to disrupt that play. He's going to get in there, and if you go away from him, he has the ability to scrape and flow, meaning he can go down the line of scrimmage, he can avoid the big blocks that are around him, and he can get right to where that ball carrier is going. He understands the angles and the geometry that it takes to excel in this game of football, and that's where Allen, it stands out. He stands out physically, but he stands out mentally as well. And one thing about this team, both on offense and defense, is you don't want to draft dummies. You don't want to pick up dummies in free agency. I'll leave that one alone. And you don't want dummies in the draft. And thankfully, they've been drafting less dummies.
Yeah.
They've been drafting, team captains and leaders and guys that excel. C.J. Allen fits to a T what the Denver Broncos have got going. As far as that football intelligence, he's got it.
We did get some, I don't know that we'll ever be able to share it publicly, but we did get some inside dummy information this morning. Which is very interesting to learn.
Let's just, pump our brakes on standing up for players that, maybe need to do a little homework.
Yeah.
Let's just say that.
Yeah. Maybe, we could probably share when something happens, but maybe not till next year. But we'll keep that in our back pocket for a little while.
Do a Lassie bark.
When it comes to these mocks, because we're talking about C.J. Allen and just that linebacker position, 4 of the 13 mocks that we've been looking at, Kevin's doing a great job keeping track for us, have him selecting this dude, C.J. Allen. Another 2 mocks just have them taking a linebacker, talking about some of the guys you mentioned earlier. To take me behind the curtain a little bit with your mock draft bros. Like, you still got to get through the month of March.
Yeah.
Are these mocks based on, hey, they really need a linebacker because of what I watched on film?
Sure.
Or is this, they like this guy because that's what they're telling me?
Yeah, that's the thing is, as we get closer to the draft, you're going to have more of the, this is what they told me.
Okay.
Full disclosure, a lot of my mock is what I've heard. Not like, this is where I've got this guy. No, baby. What are teams saying? Like, what's the direction? It's why I've had the most accurate mock the last 3 years. Like, I love that. I get off on that. I actually get kind of mad when a team gives me bad information because I'm like, you said you were going to take that guy. But I think of the Bills with Keon Coleman. Like, I knew they were drafting Keon Coleman. I had him as a first-round pick. They moved back to the beginning of the second, and they still take Keon Coleman. But anyway, I'm bitter, but I'll get over it. Right now, you're going to see a lot of, I can't keep that guy out of the first round. I'll give him to the Broncos at 30. And as someone who does one mock draft a year, and I try to be the most accurate mock draft that there is no other, I know a lot of mocksters, it's merely that. Like, I can't believe he's not, I did this whole mock, I got C.J. Allen still sitting there. Well, the Broncos need a linebacker, done. Now, Allen fits.
Yeah.
But I've seen too many mocks where it's either like small receivers, which Sean doesn't like, or it's maybe safeties. Like, I've seen some picks that just don't make a lot of sense for the Broncos at 30. and I immediately go, oh, you're just trying to fit in somebody you like. And there's some of that as well.
Well, it's like, hey, I got to prove myself right.
I won't put their business in the streets, but there's one guy that reached out to me with a big major website, and I like him a lot. But he's like, hey, I put the Broncos this linebacker I really like at 30. What do you think? And I'm like, well, yeah, you really like him, but there's no way he's going to go at 30. But it's like, so people get some of my favorites. And I understand mock draft should be a thought experiment, but here's what happens when you put out a mock draft. It sucks, bro. It sucks. There's no way he falls there, bro. Mock drafts, one, everybody reads every single one of them all the time. Two, you get torn up one side and down the other, brother. Yeah. So you just got to deal with it. Because I used to do what if mocks, and I think I did some for Denver Sports. We might have been 104throughthefan.com back then, but it's like DenverSports.com of like, what if 4 running backs go in the first round? What if 6 quarterbacks go in the top 12? Like, I used to look at those what if scenarios because I thought it was fun, yet I do it as an experiment, clearly saying, like, this is just a thought experiment, and people be like, that mock sucks, bro.
You're so stupid, man.
That's dumb. They never. I'm like, that's not what I'm saying is going to happen. And that's why I stopped doing that nonsense. I do one a year. It's basically on what teams have told me they're going to do, and that's why I try to be the most accurate.
And the reason I ask is just because of what Kevin's research is showing us of like, hey, when there's smoke, there's some fire, right? And we've got 10 examples on our 13 mocks where it's a linebacker and then specifically this guy. I just feel like that's too much to be coincidence.
Well, and I'll be full disclosure. There's very, very few people out there that know what they're doing.
That's just in life.
And there's very few people that cover football that actually know football. And it's frustrating as a nerd because I see, very popular people that, have big microphones or big whatever on TV and whatever. It's like, yeah, but you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know the draft. So you get a lot of these mocks. That's why we're very specific. Like if Daniel Jeremiah mocks it, we're going to talk about it. But there's so many mocks, even big name mocks. I'm just like, I don't want to talk about that because it's a waste of time because I know that guy and he doesn't know football. So it's a lot of like, got to put in this player. What about this? And it's a little bit more of the entertainment and less of the football stuff. Yeah. And as a nerd, even though I like to be entertained, Latina Baddies, thank you for your entertainment. But there's got to be some real meat on the bone. And a lot of times in these mock drafts, Kev will tell you, there's not a lot of meat on these bones.
Well, that's what I was looking at. Of like, hey, this guy, I grade him in the first round. So your grade takes priority over what the actual information is that you're getting. And that's wrongheaded.
Right.
But here we are. It's 2026, and everybody thinks they're the star of their own movie. All right, we're going to come back, wrap this thing up, put a big bow on it. Another night without any local teams in action. So what are we going to watch? We'll get into that. And then there was something, Cecil, from Saturday's Nuggets game that I didn't quite get into yesterday on the show because we were talking about problems and everything going on. But something that Malika Andrews said when she sat down and had a conversation with Nikola Jokic, we always wonder about his future and does he really love the game of basketball? She gave us a little insight. That's a very nice surprise for everybody in Nuggets Nation. We'll get into that next.
Do the title hopes of the Denver Nuggets rest on one singular player?
I think it's pretty simple. They won't because Aaron Gordon isn't healthy. They will because Aaron Gordon is healthy.
I agree with you, 100%.
That's your stopper. That's your guy that is your matchup guy on the defensive end of the court. For me, it comes down to Aaron Gordon.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Still haven't filed your taxes? You're not alone, but the longer you wait, the harder the IRS can hit back. Penalties, interest, letters, none of it goes away on its own. At Advanced Tax Solutions, resolving IRS problems is all they do. Whether you're a year behind or 10, their licensed tax professionals can step in fast, stop the stress, and help you get back on track. Don't let another day slip by. A quick call could mean a quick resolution. Contact my friends at Advanced Tax Solutions today and take control of your tax situation before the IRS does.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer.
This February, save 25% off all primetime functional trainers, home gyms, and racks. Work out on your schedule on the equipment you choose from the safety and comfort of your own home. Save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins.
Softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side, your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed, plus an extra $100 off all mattresses. And Saturday. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225 or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-777-1225.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, final segment on a Tuesday edition of the program. Shout out to all y'all in the tribe hanging with us. You're a full 4-hour listener. You're the real MVP around here. We appreciate you guys. But we also get it. You have work to do, despite how none of us want to. You got meetings, appointments, all that stuff. So however it is you check in, thanks for doing it, man. You guys really, literally changed our lives. We're fired without you. So thanks for checking in with us from time to time.
That's what the tribe helps tribe.
Yeah.
You helped us by keeping our jobs. So thank you for that.
By allowing me to pay my bills still.
Thank you.
So
thank you. Appreciate that.
We always like to say thank you with our tribe roll call. We also try to say thank you with some sweet opportunities for trips with our super fan send-off. We're looking for the biggest wrestling fan in the tribe, and we're giving you a chance to go to Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. That's what the super fan send-off is all about, thanks to 303 Law 4040. If you were to win this thing, you'd get a pair of 2-night tickets to the event, round-trip airfare for you and your guest from Denver to Vegas, 2 nights hotel stay, and $500 loaded on a Visa gift card. It can all be yours if you go to DenverSports.com/superfan and get signed up today. That's DenverSports.com/superfan. Super fan. All right, couple things here as we talk about what's on the agenda for tonight with another evening of no local teams, although we are watching some spring training baseball right now with the Rockies, if you've been into that at all, which I haven't just yet. Have you? You get down on some spring training baseball? I don't really, to be honest.
I was doing combine prep last night. Guess what I'm going to do tonight? I'm going to go over what these GMs and coaches said today. Sean Payton, George Payton, of course, we're going to go over that with a fine-tooth comb. 2 editions of Orange and Blue today. So make sure to stay tuned for that. So, yeah,
and the rest of the week, right?
My world revolves around the comic, except Friday, because I gotta have a little bit of a break.
Yeah. Also, that's, again, another, peek behind the curtain. Nobody's doing anything on Friday that requires us to be too serious around here.
Yeah.
Everybody's trying to get home and crack their favorite thing or go to the garage and do what, folks like us do in the garage.
Yeah.
So that's okay if you take the Friday off. I mentioned Malika Andrews, lovely lady, and her job on ESPN. On Saturday's game against the Warriors, she was the sideline reporter. And she, cracks into the broadcast, says, hey, it's a story about Nikola Jokic. And it's something that we talk about a lot here. Man, what's going to happen? Will he sign this next Supermax? He's into his 30s now. Will he go deep into his 30s, or is he done at 34, 35? And something that Malika said, I don't have the exact quote, but I'm going to paraphrase that. She asked him about that. Hey, everybody talks about how much you love your horses more than you love basketball.
Right.
And, you really want to do this
That's
forever.
why that clip went viral, because it's how much do you love basketball?
Yeah. And remember, it was at the All-Star game. It was, locker room fight guy, Boogie Cousins. Asked him, would you rather win MVPs or have your horses win? He's like, I'd rather my horses win. But that's an individual award. If you change the question, would you rather win the championship or your horses win the race? The answer is win the championship. And that's kind of what Malika was saying. Malika was saying, I asked him, how much do you love the game of basketball as opposed to being back at home in Serbia running your horse business? And Joker said, look, I don't lean into it as much as everybody maybe wants me to, but I love this game. And I want to play basketball until my body says I can't play basketball anymore. And I want to win championships more than anybody else in this entire world. And it was just sort of refreshing to hear of all right, I thought there was a chance he might go, I'm done with this. I got enough money. I'm going to go back and build my city up, and I'm going to raise my kids where I grew up, which is something I know he wants to do. But hearing that, man, it's all right. He talked about when my body breaks down and my game starts to kind of go away, that's when I'll stop playing. If I can't contribute at a high level, I don't want to play basketball. Makes a lot of sense for all athletes. The beautiful part about this is his body has nothing to do with his game. His body can break down, and he can still be hitting you with 20, 10, and 10 because of the style that he plays.
Right.
So I'm not here to say, hey, bank it, guarantee that Nikola is playing until he's 36, 37 years old. But I feel a lot better about it today than I did Friday before I heard what Malika reported.
Yeah, and I like that she asked him that. I love his answer as well, because it's one of those things where when you've got the greatest player in franchise history, you want him to stay as long as possible. Mm-hmm. That statue's going to be there eventually at Ball Arena or whatever they call it at the time. You don't need it, for another decade or whatever. Give me a number, I'm going to agree with it. You want him to play as long as possible. And the fact that he has that motivation to be a champion without being, a complete jerk, that he has that motivation without maybe it oozing out of his, it's there. Mm-hmm. There's this not even really silent competitor, because you see it, especially when he's running one of the Morrises, bashing him around. You see that competitor is there. I mean, the guy does these passes that are almost physically impossible. He understands angles. He knows how to pass. He knows how to score. He does all that with great skill, and he does it and makes it look so easy. I understand why some would be like, is he even really trying out there? It's just that he's that good. He's naturally that good, and he does have that fire that burns within him. So even though he may be more nonchalant or a little bit jokery, joke guy, funny guy, okay, yeah, he's all that, plus a hell of a competitor.
And I would imagine, and they don't let us watch practice like they used to, but again, when I was working for the team, you can see the intensity in practices or them coming out of film room and Joker still coaching things up. I watched that happen multiple times of they're walking out of film study and Joker's like, hold on, come here. And they're still doing the conversation.
Right,
so it's just a different I don't know, a different look of intensity or a different look of I care.
It's different leadership.
Different leadership. That's a better way to put it.
That's what it is. We had a conversation earlier about Nathan McKinnon that some people took great offense to. I always say get as offended as you like. Like, do you have to change your style when it's not working? Joker isn't like wired like Nathan McKinnon, but he still wants to win like Nathan McKinnon.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like there's different approaches with this. Yeah, Michael Jordan is the greatest of all time. Kobe had more Michael, but I'll tell you this, Larry Bird was a hell of a competitor, and he wasn't a complete jerk to his teammates the way Michael Jordan was. You know what I mean? So there's different ways. Magic Johnson, great competitor. You know what I mean? So it's like if you go back through the Hakeem Olajuwon, an incredible competitor. Not everyone has to be wired that way.
I just watched this video of Larry Bird last night, and it was other guys
was
talking
he dog
about
cussing
Larry.
him?
Well, it started off by Larry saying like, "Oh, I never talk trash," and then the cut to like Magic, and the rest of the guys like, "That dude wouldn't shut up."
That's all he did.
And then they cut to there's a Nuggets.
Come
tie.
on, Larry.
They cut to a game, and man, I can't remember the player that was telling the story. He was a Celtic, and Bill Hanslick here in town.
Of course, yeah.
They called him John, and they're like, the Nuggets had this great defender named John Hanslick. And I'm like, it's so disrespectful. Because that's
Come on, it's Bill.
Bill was like the defender.
Yeah.
I'm not sure he could hit the broadside of a barn with his jump shot, but he could defend, right? So it's John, they're calling him John.
Yeah.
And Larry's cooking him. And Larry, in the story, runs down on the bench and tells Doug Moe, the late great now Doug Moe, R.I.P., you're disrespecting me by putting John on me. And I'm like, you're disrespecting him by calling the wrong name.
Right.
And then he goes, and again, different times, so don't take this the wrong way. I'm saying a quote. Don't put a white guy on me. You need a black guy to guard me. And then Doug Moe made the switch, and Larry continued to cook everybody else.
Oh, my
So
God,
It's
yeah.
just, when you said Larry, I'm like, the hands look tied.
Yeah.
Fun little
Well,
story on the internet.
Larry about to do the Larry Bird. Like, he's a trash talker.
Yes, he is.
But there's different ways to have that competitiveness within you, and it's nice about Joker. It's like, it's just his way. You know what I mean? And go out there, get another ring or two with Nikola Jokic is what the task is for the Denver Nuggets.
That's
They
what I
got to
learned.
do it.
That's what I learned from Malika is like, hey, this little short window that we're kind of scared of, I don't think we need to worry about that anymore. I think Nicola's in this for at least another max
and
contract.
the way that he can play, as you emphasize, like,
Body doesn't matter.
It might look a little bit different, and maybe someone else is like the alpha when he's a little bit older and not quite what he is today.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can win multiple championships from here on out with Nikola Jokic.
Okay. Can't
You've
wait
got
for
to
it.
do it, though.
They'll be back on the court tomorrow. It feels like forever since we've had some Nuggets and Avs action, certainly with the Avs and the Olympic break, but both. We got a double dip tomorrow night. Boston at ball and the Mammoth on the road for the Colorado Avalanche. So excited to get back to that. As far as tonight goes,
I hate that they're called the Mammoth, by the way, because you say
so
that, and I'm like,
dumb.
it's not the oh, God, it's the Utah
they even
team.
took the
They
every
took the
team has a
logo.
hashtag or
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
They did the tusks up and
Tusks
the little
up.
mammoth thing pops up just like our lacrosse team.
No, forget that.
We're
They're
a-
Utah Hockey
We're
Club.
a state over. You couldn't have stole something from somebody else a little further away?
Something back east?
Right.
Couldn't be the Pirates? Something like that?
It was just strange to me. So I think tonight, or well, you know what my days look like. The lady
Golf?
has to, have to watch the dog because the lady had to go in the office. But Kelsey has to work at the office the next few days. So
Yeah.
she has like a real 9-to-5 job.
Yeah.
We don't have that. So I get to get home, house to myself,
Play with your wiener, dog.
a little bit.
Yeah.
And uninterrupted video game time. Uninterrupted podcast or music of my choice.
Wow.
With nothing going on around me.
Okay.
That's what I'm looking forward to for the next few hours.
What are you even playing these days?
Same thing I'm always playing.
Golf?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
I do need a new game. though.
Wait,
So if you've got
wait.
something.
Now, full disclosure here. You don't tell Kelsey about your golf game on Xbox, right?
What, like I'm playing it?
No. Like, babe, I shot this one hole, and you can't believe it? Okay. Thank God.
Although sometimes she'll watch and like, yeah, I mean, we're in a relationship, and I think a healthy relationship, you roast each other.
Sure, yeah.
And she'll watch, and she'll be like, ooh, that was a bad shot. What happened? And I'm like, go upstairs. Get out of here with
Get
that
out of here. Nonsense. We need to get a Golden Tee arcade game at your house or my house. Something. Like Golden Tee is...
I just found this dude keeps popping up on my Facebook that has multiple arcade games from like 1800 to It's a little out of my price range.
There's some that aren't. I've seen some golden tees that are somewhat affordable. And my buddy Chad, we got to go to Chad Robertson's house sometime.
Yeah,
he's the arcade, pinball, pool table, $12,000 speakers. Like,
see, there's a couple
we got to
things
go to his crib.
we need to crew up and do. We need to get to Biggie's and blow stuff up, and
Yeah.
we need to get to Chad's and use all of his rich guy stuff.
Yes.
That's exactly what I'm looking at doing.
And drive his hot rod.
Yeah, part of the rich guy stuff. All right, it is KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. Oh, see, now I've been playing Space Marine 2 lately. I don't even know that game. Space Marine 2?
Space Marine 2?
Sounds badass.
I'm going to look it up tonight.
Same texter asked if we've ever won anything. A prize. Have you ever won a prize?
For what? Video games?
No, like a contest.
I mean, I did compete in a KS 1075 Madden tournament.
Nice.
With Kendall. Kendall was there.
How'd you do?
Some 12-year-old beat me. I was so mad. I was like, this little kid beat me. I did win a GameCube one time.
Nice.
During a Madden tournament. So, yeah, I have one. It's a major award. Like Fragile. I won a GameCube.
Have you ever tried to call into a radio station and win something?
I think so, like back in the day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
My mom won a bunch of stuff from the Masters, from Lewis and Floorwax.
Oh, nice.
So many concert tickets, movie passes, like a bunch of stuff.
Nice.
Where she's like, we're going to the movies Friday night. I'm like, who'd you rob? How do we got money for the movies?
I called in one time to Kathy Lee. They were trying to milk Boobzilla, and I was like, shoot him with some oxytocin, because oxytocin will make you draw milk even if you're a male.
What?
And so, like, yeah, they abused Boobzilla so much.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the role.
That was the role. He knew the job.
Yeah, he knew
the
what you were
job.
signing
But
up
yeah,
for.
if you flash back a little old Lewis and Floorwax, I'm always good.
Driving to Northglenn Middle School in the IROC. That's what we were doing back in those days.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Mom was a baller back in the day. All right, the drive sliding in here. Zach By, Philip Lindsay. We're figuring out what the hell you do for the second night in a row without any local teams, besides just play video games and go to the garage a bunch.
Ooh.
This is what I'm going to do.
Housemaid. You watch Housemaid. That's called
Housemaid,
Housemaid.
Yeah.
Have you
Everybody's
seen
into it
Have you
now.
seen that yet? Phenomenal. 10 out of 10.
Really?
I mean, gripping, thrilling.
Okay.
Like heart in your throat. Like I can't believe what I'm watching.
Really?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
My daughter saw that in the theater. Both of my daughters went and saw it in the theater.
Oh, is that right?
Mm-hmm. They spoiled it for me, so they loved it, of course.
Yeah, it was phenomenal. Sydney Sweeney's like Miss Thing.
Okay.
She's the it. She's so hot right now.
I'm convinced.
You get to see her a little bit.
Oh,
yeah.
Even more convinced.
Yes. But yeah, really good. Definitely worth your time. Definitely worth the 2-hour investment, for sure. But what are you gonna do?
Man, you know what? Like, catch up on just like hanging out with my kids. Truly, because I feel like I get home. It's around 6:30.
Yeah, you guys have a different schedule because
you know, 6:30.
Yeah.
You put the kids in the bath, you feed them a little bit. Little Phil will be up longer than Sophia, but I just don't feel like I get as much time as I want to. And there's times where I catch myself going home and on my phone when my kids are just sitting there and stuff. So like I need to be more mindful of that, because I don't get a lot of time with Phil.
Yeah.
In the morning, he gets his ass up. He goes to school. I take him to school.
Yeah.
Then he comes back home. They want to hug daddy and stuff. They want to play with daddy. They want to do a dance party, which we started because of OZB over here.
Nice.
So we do a dance party, but they want to do it every day. They want to do it every day right now.
Yes.
And so that's what I'm going to do, man. Today I'm going to just be in the moment with them. No hockey going on, no basketball, no combine stuff to talk about. We're going to talk about it here right now. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. What you going to do?
Yeah, I think
love the dance party move. That's cool.
Yeah, Friday nights for years. That's all my kids know on Friday nights. No screens.
Dude, that's awesome.
And this year we moved to no screens during the week, so they get to watch movies and stuff on the weekends, but no, because my son, what he'll do, and we've talked about this, like he'll get up at 5 in the morning and go downstairs and